Hello, and hope you all had a very Merry Christmas. Since Christmas is over, I'm now back with the Bloodborne Emergency Donothon. And also, with a new four stream a week schedule I'm going to try out. Now, hopefully I can get a job soon, but I feel like I keep saying hopefully I can get a job soon every single day of my, I feel like I've been saying hopefully I can get a new job soon every single day for the past, 8 months. But if I do get whenever I can get a new job, that stream schedule might change, but for now, I'm not gonna do something as big as the 3 8-hour streams a week, like I was doing before I moved. Just because that wouldn't be, I can't do that. I can't really do that in the place I'm currently at. But I decided to increase the number of streams I was doing to 4, and make them at least 4 hours long. That way I can make some progress. That way every week I can make some progress in some of the games I'm playing. Like, for example, Bloodborne. So, Bloodborne Emergency Donothon is continuing. And for now the Donathon's going to be two of the 4 streams happening during the week. The first two, the Monday streams, so like today will be Bloodborne, and the Thursday streams will be Bloodborne, and then the other streams during the week I'll play some of the first I'll play through some of the other games that I was playing before the Donathon started and my computer broke down. And then once I beat some of those, or once the Bloodborne Emergency Donathon, the Bloodborne Donathon ends, which we'll just have to see how long that takes. Once either of those happen, I'll just we'll see how close I am to 200 games, because that is one thing that's going to influence or 200 playthroughs, because that is one thing that's going to influence what games I play after I finish with all the games I was playing. Or most of the games that I was done playing. Is that with me beating Dispatch back before Christmas, that was the 189th playthrough on the channel. That was the 189th playthrough on the channel. So, since y'all get to decide what the 200th one will be, I'm still coming with still deciding what games I'll let y'all pick between. But see, I got 190, 191, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So before that 200th game, which y'all are going to get to choose, I'll need to beat 10 more games in between them. And I'm going to try to make, the first couple of those the games that I was playing before Bloodborne. Because, I mean, if this won't really, this won't count as a completed playthrough unless I actually beat the game. Because if I don't beat it with the number of lives, well, then I might, potentially return to it for something else if I feel like doing so. So, yeah, let's see, so on Tuesday, Tuesday will be the return of Mega Man 02. Figured I'd go ahead and get that one done, since there's not that much, I think I was halfway through that game when I last played through it. And also that'll be, because tomorrow's stream on Tuesday will be the last stream of the year, because with this new schedule I won't be streaming on Wednesdays. Tomorrow's stream, in addition to Mega Man 02, I'll also be counting down my favorite games from this year. That's both games that released this year that I enjoyed playing, and games that released in previous years that I finally got around to playing. So my usual end of the year countdown will be happening tomorrow. And then Thursday, which is New Year's Day, that will be a stream on that day, and that's going to be more Bloodborne. And then Saturday, I'll be returning to Valkyria Chronicles. Because I need to do some money. I need to do some grinding, either level grinding or really money grinding, because money is what you use to upgrade characters in Valkyria Chronicles. I need to I need to get more war funds. Oh, if I'm gonna beat Emperor Maximilian, I need to get more war funds, which means I need to do more of those skirmishes. Or I need to do not more of the skirmishes. I need to do any of the skirmishes because I just forgot to do them whilst I was, or just not forgot because I kept thinking about mentioning it, but I didn't find the time to do them. I just kept focusing on the main story, and did the. And so all I have to do, if I could get through those skirmishes and upgrade my characters enough, I think we can beat Maximilian. I mean, he's the very last level of the game. So if I do that, I can beat Valkyria Chronicles. Then after that, let's see, there's also Castlevania Order of Ecclesia. I need to return to that. And Final Fantasy II, one of the games from First Fantasy. I need to return to that one. And then there's also the other games from the Donathon, from the recent Donathons. I need to start playing some of those, that was... Let's see, that was... RoboCop Rogue City, Hi-Fi Rush, and Batman Arkham City. Yeah, that's right, because Mega Man Zero 2 and Valkyria Chronicles were two of the games for the donation duels that I did a few months ago. And so after those two, there's still RoboCop Rogue City, Batman Arkham City, and Hi-Fi Rush. So probably after we'll just see what has to happen. I'll prioritize the games that I was already playing before the Donathon started, but I'm also going to be starting like those games. So y'all have actually kind of decided what most of the remaining playthroughs from like 190 to 200. Y'all have actually decided what most of those playthroughs, or will decide what most of those playthroughs are, because y'all's donations made me play Mega Man Zero 2, Hi-Fi Rush, Valkyria Chronicles, RoboCop Rogue City, and Batman Arkham City, and then y'all get to decide the 200 playthroughs. So yeah, most of the playthroughs I'm going to be returning to, or that will be coming up soon, up through the 200th playthrough, y'all have already decided. And of course, that's not counting stuff that I still need to play from previous things, like Dragon Age Origins, Baldur's Gate 3 special run, or special challenge run, Darker Than Darkest Dungeon, which those are the remaining things from D&D Delights, but Darker Than Darkest Dungeon is gonna have to wait until after I can get a job, because that's supposed to be a big charity event. And excuse me. And Baldur's Gate 3 will have to wait until I fully played through Baldur's Gate 3 in my own spare time, which I am doing. Since I got this new computer, I have been taking a little bit of time every day to play through Baldur's Gate 3. So that I can get through that game and then play through it on stream. Wait, so... Alright, I was at Old Yarnum. Right, I remember how much I didn't like this place, dang it. So just to recap where we're at with the Donathon, so we've passed the first 4 donation goals, which is I'm going to have to do a Pokemon Smash or Pass stream, I'm going to have to do a stream where I draw characters suggested by y'all from memory, I'm going to have to play through God Hand for the first time, and y'all are going to get to decide the 200 playthrough. And then we're currently at $536, or excuse me, not $500, $436 donated in total. So, with that, at $436 donated total, we're less than $70 away from the 5th donation goal, which is the Capcom Fighters Marathon from Hell. And then after that would be the 6th donation goal, the Wind Waker, me playing through the Legend of Zelda Wind Waker for the first time. And then the $700 donation goal, which is y'all getting to decide a new emote. And after that would be the $800 donation goal, some D&D solo adventures. Then the $900 donation goal, a first playthrough of Sonic Adventure 2. And and then if we were to somehow reach $1,000 donated, y'all get to decide a game I have to 100%. So that's where we're at with the donation goals currently. And just a little reminder that subs, bits, and gifted subs do help, and they are counted for this, but direct donations help out even more. Direct donations help out us a lot more, because I'll receive the money you donate immediately instead of having to wait at least half a month. Although at this point, if any bits subs or gifted subs were to be made, I probably wouldn't receive the money from that until like halfway through February. So yeah, direct donations are a bit more helpful. However, any donations made will still be counted as part for the Donathon. And looking where we're at, I've got about 300... I have 393 lives left. Which mean, out of 485 lives total. Which means that I've lost about 88 lives? Yeah. Oh, no, not 88 lives. No. My math's way off. That'd be like 92 lives. Yeah, because it's like 85 plus 7. Yeah, 92 lives. I've lost nearly 100 lives. In 4 streams of this. So... And I think, like, the start of the last stream of this, I managed to beat Father Gascoigne, but that's where... Oh, no, I've gotten a bit farther, because I'm now in, like, Old Yarnum. But I haven't really advanced that far. Okay, I might turn down the sound just a little bit on this. Now, let me turn down the sound of my headphones, because I want to make sure y'all can hear it. I want to make sure y'all can hear the game. Okay, let's go... Okay, I gotta make sure I'm paying attention to the screen at all times, because I can't pause on this. Alright. So yeah, let's go... back up around here. That's right, I need to... Let's... Warm Shirley Brewing by the crucifixes. By the flaming crucifixes. And then let's go... Ow. And now let's see how long it takes for me to die on this stream. I get the feeling it won't really take that long. But we shall see. Oh. Oh, I mentioned that I'm finally playing through Baldur's Gate 3 in my spare time. Like, I'm finally restarting my playthrough. I actually restarted it a second time. Because when I set up my new computer, I restarted my playthrough like I had been intending to do. And I made, like, a Dragonborn Paladin named Brahmet, who was, who I was playing as. But I ended up, like, not really... Or, like, I ended up not really enjoying playing them as much as I thought I would. And so what I did is, instead, I restarted again, because basically I was playing through Baldur's Gate 3 like just playing through it like a turn-based, like any normal turn-based RPG, and then I started realizing like how many things I could do if I just played it more like an immersive sim. Like I started realizing that, if I can't unlock this chest, let me just pick it up, add it to my inventory, then walk over to a ledge and just drop it. And then if I do enough damage to it, it'll actually open up the chest, because the chest has its own health. And so I realized that, like, okay, I need to... let me restart this all the way from the beginning again, because there's some things I feel like I could have redone better. And so now... Now my character is, like, a level... Now my character is a... They're a tiefling fighter who I'm gonna make an Eldritch Knight. They're a tiefling fighter who I'm gonna make an Eldritch Knight, who is just called... Well, for right now they're called Brawl. I might change their name. I might change their name if I decide on a better name than just using my name. I could tell you... Well, I could tell y'all, just for those curious about how the Baldur's Gate 3 run is going to work when I eventually get to it, there are some things that y'all will get to decide about the character. However, there's a couple of things y'all will not get to decide. I can tell y'all right now that I'm going to name the character, whoever I play, whatever character I end up making, I can tell you right now that they're going to end up being named Tavern Brawler. And one of the rules I will institute is that they have to be able to get the Tavern Brawler skill. However, the reason why I'm playing through Baldur's Gate, for those who haven't heard me say this, yeah, for those who haven't heard me say this, part of the... Okay, well... The reason why I'm playing through Baldur's Gate 3 before I do the Tavern Brawl, or before I do the Baldur's Gate 3 challenge run, is that because Baldur's Gate 3 has so many different things you can affect, if I need to know, like, what challenges will work that could be done, what challenges can really mess me up, or, like, what will work as challenges, so I'll need to play through the game in full before I can decide that. Also, I'd like to at least fully play through that game. As someone who started a couple D&D campaigns, but was unable to finish them just because every friend group that I was a part of for that D&D session, that D&D campaign, ended up we just weren't able to make it work. This happened multiple times, and it's also why I haven't been able to play through D&D, like do any stream any D&D campaigns, just because I haven't been able to make I haven't been able to make any time, or I haven't been able to plan out anything with any friends yet for that on the level of a D&D campaign. Although I would really love to join some of my... I have a lot of friends who stream D&D campaigns, and I would love to join their campaigns, but just for right now, I haven't been able to, make the time to do so. So with that being said, as the eternal... I really like D&D, but I've never been able to finish a single campaign, I really want to at least play through Baldur's Gate 3 in my own time, so that I can finally say that I have finished... So, that I have finished at least one D&D campaign thing. Even if it's in a video game form of Baldur's Gate 3. And then once I finish Baldur's Gate 3, I can then say... And then once I've finished that Baldur's Gate 3 run, then I'll say I have done 2 D&D campaigns. And then also, if I manage to beat Darkest Dungeon as part of Darker Than Darkest Dungeon, that will... I guess I could maybe count that as a third. As a technical third. Although not really, no. Okay, no. I'm really just messing up with Darkest Dungeon. I'm really just, heavily modding Darkest Dungeon to make it, fit more of a D&D experience. Because originally... for those who don't know, originally Darker Than Darkest Dungeon was going to be, it was going to be another charity event called, For Oblivion, where I do, a hell run of Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, but, because of Microsoft's, large amount of support for the Israeli military, and Microsoft's large amount of involvement in Israel's genocide of Palestinians, I'm not going to be playing any Microsoft-owned games for quite some time because of that. Decided to boycott them, or decided to take part in the boycott against them because of that. So you won't be seeing me stream. So you won't be seeing me stream any. Even though as much of a fan of Elder Scrolls and Fallout I am, you won't be seeing. And as much as I would like to do some streams of those games, you won't be seeing me stream any of those games anytime for quite some time. Oh, that's right. That's right. Hi, Sleepless. Welcome in. Hope you had a good Christmas. Hope you had a good Christmas. Sleepless Brawl. Important question. Important answer. Chicken nuggets or chicken tenders? Can you do both? And if not, chicken nuggets. Ow, 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 ow. Sleep says they require different temps in the oven. Sleep says, oh, I know where you are. Yes, and I really don't like it. Sleep says, and you did done fug up. Oh, I know. After I beat Gascoigne, this is where I was for most of the previous stream of this game. Okay, let me run past them. Sleep says, funny enough, in this area, if you don't kill an enemy in here, the guy on the minigun won't target you. Of course. Alright. Jeez. Yeah, so for those just coming in, I was just talking about how I restarted my playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3 that I've been doing off stream, just because I wasn't enjoying the paladin I was playing at, or I wasn't enjoying playing as the paladin as much as I thought I'd be. So I ended up switching to like a magic knight, the Eldritch Knight fighter subclass playthrough. It was also because, so originally when I started playing like Baldur's Gate 3 off stream, I was like, okay, let me not use any mods for this so I can play this without any mods. Then after like a few hours of Baldur's Gate 3, I realized, oh right, this is a D&D game. We're just gonna have like the only weapons I'll have available will be like stock fantasy long swords. I'm gonna have stock fantasy long swords and like maybe a scimitar or two. I'm not gonna have any actual cool blades. And so I was like, so I just went into the Baldur's Gate 3 mods that you could find out like in their mod manager. I was like, okay, a mod that adds a bunch of like swords, including like kukris in here. Absolutely, just dump them all in. This is, and also I also added in a mod that allows me to change, like, adds a lot more colors that you can change your character's outfits too. So this is the only time I've done Paladin. I reclassed Karlach to it, and that was the playthrough I was cursed in. I think, see, my issue with playing Paladin in Baldur's Gate 3 is that it's basically does feel like the game, like, I wasn't enjoying the particular subclasses that I had, because it seems like the game, and again, this is only from playing it for a few hours, it seems like the game really wants you to, like, be an Oathbreaker Paladin. Or, like, break your oath at some point. So I was, like, playing with the Paladin, like, oh, okay, let me try, I couldn't really, like, define what kind of Paladin I wanted to play as, like, either like nice, friendly, good guy, or just like holier than thou, burn all the sinners, paladin. So he says, for the record, I broke Karlach's oath on accident. So yeah, I basically restarted my playthrough as like a fighter, a Magic Knight fighter, so that I could have both the sword fighting and the magic that I wanted from being a paladin, but without the oath, because it just. I basically, while playing Baldur's Gate 3 as a paladin, I couldn't really, like, use the oath in a way to where I could enjoy it being a feature. Like, having the oath be a limit on my character is a fun idea. Having the oath be a limit on your moral choices is a fun idea for the game. I just, with the oath I chose, which was just like the Oath of the Ancients, I was noticing that and that was the oath I wanted to go to, I just noticed that I couldn't really, like... Alright, I can just go down here. I was realizing that... I was feeling like I couldn't really, I was feeling like I really couldn't play a character enjoyably with that. So there's a point where you get to a slave camp, and I had Karlach use her bonus action to shove one of the enemies off a ledge to their death. Because they were temporarily hostile, this wound up breaking Karlach's Oath of Devotion. Oh. I see. Mm. Okay, where am I at now? It's been a few days since this, so... Sleep says, Detective meanwhile broke her paladin oath within minutes of hitting level 2. I'm surprised. I'm impressed. I expected it to be a lot sooner. Sleep says, that was by design, though. She's going to break the oath at some point. Yeah, I'm surprised it took her that long. I was expecting her to go, like, very first action. Okay, where am I at now? You know what? Maybe I should get out the torch, just in case. Don't like those noises. Yep, don't like those noises. So he says, I think the only way she could have broken at level 1 was to attack the Mind Flayer that's fighting the big guy from the ship at the start. Yeah, I'm replaying through Baldur's Gate 3. I'm slowly playing through it in my own spare time. And once I finish beating it, I'm going to then I'll start prepare. I'll be able to like finish preparations for the Baldur's Gate 3 run, and I've already decided on playing through it before I do that. Has already proven to be a good idea because I've already thought of some really fun challenges and some mods that could make it like that could really add to Baldur's Gate 3 whenever that happens. I will almost certainly get to Dragon Age Origins before I do that, and hopefully before I can do the 200th game. I'd really like to play, like as soon as most of the games from the the donation duels that have happened in the past months are done. I'd really like to go ahead and start Dragon Age Origins because that's been something. I think I ran back the way I was supposed to. The first death. Yeah, I tried to run back through the gate and ended up running right into the werewolves. That makes 93 deaths so far across this whole playthrough, or across this whole Donathon. Sleep says because it doesn't break if you transform / kill the NPCs in the chairs in Shadowheart's chamber, and I don't think the intellect devours can break it either. But yeah, there's already been some like mods and challenges that I've come up with for when I do Baldur's Gate 3 that I think will make it very fun. Like I found a mod that like adds an adjustable party limit, so instead of being restricted to 4 characters, you could have like a lot more characters, and I think that would be like adding that in with the challenge of the possible potential challenge of y'all getting to change every character's class except for like my player character and Karlach. That could be made even more fun if I have like 6 to 10 characters in my party, but y'all keep like changing up like most of their classes. I also found a so in my in my playthrough that I'm currently doing, I also tried out a mod that like randomizes loot drops because I thought that would be maybe that could be a fun way. Is like, oh, maybe that could like completely randomize loot drops to where it makes it real, like I'm not getting good gear. And then in like the very first room, I mean like the very first room on the Mind Flayer ship, the randomized loot drops gave me like a legendary sword called the cleaver or the clover. It gave me a legendary scimitar called the clover, and it's either the cleaver or the clover. And I was like, that does like 10 to 17 damage, and I'm like, oh, okay, maybe this might make. Maybe I shouldn't have him. Maybe I should. And then after picking up the legendary, and then after making sure to pick up the legendary scimitar, so it was in my inventory, I turned off the randomized loot mod because I realized that I was like, okay, that might actually give me too powerful gear too soon. But I had to pick up the scimitar. What was I just gonna do? Leave it there for some Mind Flayer to pick up? Sleep says because okay, no. I already read that one. Yeah, okay, I just read that one. So yeah, I'm down to 392 lives, and we're currently at $436 donated in total. So we're about, again, we're less than $70 away from the $500 donation goal, which is the Capcom Fighters Marathon from Hell. Sleep says, oven is preheating. Enjoy your nuggets or tender, Sleepless. Whichever path of chicken you chose. Sleep says, Sleepless chose the path of nuggets. Good to know. Okay, so yeah, I'm playing. So yeah, that's already been fun. And in fact, Sleep says, I have some rosemary garlic fries in the air fryers. Ooh, that sounds delicious. So, I actually, because I restarted Baldur's Gate 3, one thing I did do while I was like not streaming during Christmas week, and this will basically sound, for those who don't know me, this will sound really weird, but for some of y'all who do know me, y'all probably be like, yeah, that tracks. For some of those who watch a lot of streams, this probably will track very clearly. But after playing Baldur's Gate 3 for a bit, I realized that I needed to completely change my list of favorite games from 2023. Because this was just like, I was thinking up my favorite games for 2025, and I realized that, like, oh, when I made my list for favorite games for 2023, I had put Baldur's Gate 3 on there. And now, replaying through, I realized I had only experienced, like, at the time, I'd really only experienced, like, a tenth of the game, and was really caught up in the hype around it. So now that I'm, like, it's, like, 2 years later, I'm still, of course, really enjoying it, like, having a ton of fun, but I am able to now notice, like, a bit more some of the flaws in it. Slim says, have you made it out of Act 1 at this point? No, what I'm doing with this one is, when I first tried to play through Baldur's Gate 3, I kind of rushed through Act 1. This time I'm not doing, and I missed out on a lot. This time what I'm doing is, I'm trying to, like, go through the area as much as possible. Sleeper says, I just meant in general. Oh no, not yet. I'm still in Act 1. But I'm basically taking my time through the game to experience as much of the game as possible. So that way, whenever Baldur's Gate 3 does happen, when the challenge run does happen, if there is, like, a specific a path y'all want to make me go, then I will know what I'm in for. Unless although you'll probably find, although I'm certain you'll find some ways to, catch me off guard. I am happily anticipating that. Sleep says, gotcha, force the path of pain. Oh, one of the challenges I'm thinking of doing for Baldur's Gate 3 is, like, a bucket list. Like, I'll let y'all make a list of tasks I have to complete before the playthrough is done. Not anything like kill one of the party members or kill a specific NPC, because Not anything like that, but like stuff like killing an enemy without ever swinging a sword. Things like that, like weird esoteric challenges y'all can do y'all can have me do that I have to do before the game is done. Or I have to do at some point during the playthrough. There we go. Oh, and like I said, Darker Than Darkest Dungeon, that will also happen. That's going to be like an even more. I mean, that's going to be a hell run. That's going to be a really difficult playthrough. So it says, also, I'm surprised you went Paladin / Eldritch Knight. I'd have figured you'd go Monk. That was what I did in my first playthrough, and I might do that in another playthrough. However, I noticed when I was doing my first playthrough that while I was a monk, I really like... Monk is the playthrough you want to do when you don't want to worry about weapons or armor. Monk is the playthrough you want to do when, like, you want to make your character strong without needing any, like, without needing like only simple weapons or no weapons at all, and like barely any armor. But I realized, like, unless my character chooses a class that can wear heavy armor, no other character in like their set class or like their default class can really wear heavy armor. Now I might change, besides like maybe Lae'zel. Now I might change some I'm probably going to change some character classes around. Almost certainly we'll experiment a bit more, but... So it says, technically speaking, you could argue that wizards / sorcerers / warlocks don't care about gear. That is true. That is true, and yeah, you definitely could make that point. But I much more prefer like the martial classes. Like I did see that there was like a sorcerer or wizard's subclass that was like School of the Blade. Yeah, there was like a... Yeah, I did see like a Spellblade subclass for like either like a sorcerer or... So this is Bard, I think. Yeah, I did see that there was a subclass that was like School of the Blade, and that did look interesting. But I wanted to choose a class that would like allow me to study the way of the blade, and also use a little bit of magic. So he says, "Oh, you mean the new one for wizards and the new classes?" Yes, yeah, that one. Also, that's another thing, is I wanted to use a class with at least some magic, because one of the things I'll probably let y'all do is decide what class when I do Baldur's Gate 3. And also, if we end up getting the donation goal as part of this Donathon, if we end up getting the donation goal for the Donathon that is D&D Solo Adventures, for both of these things, the D&D Solo Adventures and Baldur's Gate 3, I'll probably let y'all influence or to even decide like what class my character has. Now, in Baldur's Gate 3, that character will be stuck in that class for like the entirety of the game, and won't really be able to change it. But on the chance that y'all choose a class that has a huge magic focus, I need to know how to use magic in D&D, because every character beforehand that I'd made in D&D only really used like punching or swords. Like all the characters I'd made for D&D beforehand were either like a monk or a rogue that only used weapons and never used any magic. So in case y'all like make me use a character that uses magic, I need to kind of know how to use magic and get some use out of it. So he says, I'm eternally disappointed that Arcane Trickster is just a trash class. I haven't used Arcane Trickster myself, but I feel like the inherent sneakiness of Rogue, plus with a dash of magic would be that should like seem like an automatic win, considering how much you could just really mess with things in Baldur, like using magic spells. So they only get up to level 2 spells, though. So you don't get anything super fun or game-breaking. Excuse me. Okay. Oh, for those just coming in, just to let y'all know what the schedule is like for the rest of this week. So, of course, playing more Bloodborne today. I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow's stream will be the last stream of the year. And, it'll be Mega Man 02, and I'll be counting down my favorite games from 2020. My favorite games I played through in 2025. Then Thursday, which January 1st will be the first stream of the new year, and that will be more Bloodborne Emergency Donothon. And then Saturday we'll see the return of Valkyria Chronicles, because I need to get through that game. I need to return that game so I can finally beat it. Oh, so just to go back to what I was saying about me looking at my list of favorite games from 2023, and like me actually redoing my list, because I realized that basically I realized like a couple of things about my favorite games from 2023, and I also realized I hadn't made like a really big document that shows off what games they were, like I did for my favorite games from 2024. So I kind of wanted to go back and do that, because I played a lot of really fun games in 2023. And, like, one of the things I did was basically I took out Baldur's Gate 3 because I realized that I'd really had just dipped my toes into that game and was really, like, I hadn't even come close. I thought I'd experienced enough of that game to make a judgment on it, and I realized I hadn't even come close. Not even come close to all what you could experience that game. And I'm still in Act 1 of this third attempt at a playthrough. And then also the other big thing was that what I originally did, like, my favorite games of 2023, I had, like, Yakuza 0 as my favorite game and Trails from Zero as, like, my second favorite game. And I realized pretty soon, like, as I was, like, coming up with this list, that I needed to switch those to where Trails from Zero is my favorite game from 2023, slightly over Yakuza 0. Because while I do love Yakuza 0 and had an amazing time with it, I have not stopped thinking about Trails from Zero since I finished playing through it. Like, Yakuza 0 might be one of my favorite games of all time, and but that might change depending on like how if any of the future Yakuza games I end up liking a lot more. But Trails from Zero will no matter what my other experiences with the Trails games will definitely be one of my favorite games from all time. So Trails from Zero is a magical experience. To the point where actually looking at it, like, I mean, you'll definitely see Trails to Azure on my favorite games from 2025 list when I do that stream tomorrow. I guess slight spoiler for that if you haven't been watching any of the streams I've done. If you haven't been watching like half of the streams I did throughout this year. But I will say, overall, I don't think I like Trails to Azure as much as Trails from Zero. I definitely think I like it. Okay, let me try running through here. Instead of fighting these guys, I'm just traveling through here. So it's a tough call either way for me. Okay, that's all of them. Alright, let me go get my blood echoes back. So there's like, really it's down to like 3 small things. I do think Trails to Azure is an amazing follow-up to Trails from Zero. But there are 3 big things that kind of keep me from liking it as much as Trails from Zero. And like, one of those is of course that really obnoxious boss fight. That was like near the end against that like Aryan Rod. I did not like that boss fight. I like the idea of it, of like, oh, there's a really difficult enemy. There's like, well, I think they... Like, that one boss fight of like, you just have to fight this utterly, just so tough, it's really not fun boss. And then at the very end, it's like, actually, you didn't win. She just decides to run off. That just really annoyed me. So it says, Azure makes so many gameplay updates and fixes that I can't overlook them. And while I know you had some issues with some of the bosses towards the end, I personally didn't have issues with them. I think it really was just with Aryan Rod that I really had the gameplay issues with. The other 2 issues are really just story-related ones. Again, I think it's I think Trails to Azure is an amazing send-up to Trails from Zero, or an amazing continuation to Trails from Zero. And I definitely, whenever I eventually replay through Trails from Zero, because if I ever do like because I would like to eventually replay through that. Maybe it's part of like this idea I've been having about like if I ever reach 1,000 followers, I'll do like my favorite games of all time. And if I did that, Trails from Zero and Trails to Azure would be like a package deal that would be included in that. However, I think as far as a story continuation to Trails to Azure, or as far as a story continuation to Trails from Zero, Trails to Azure is really good at being a story continuation, right up until like the last few, like the very end. Because it was like, it was like, oh, we've got like a really great we've got a really great twist villain here. Like, okay, good. Then we got another great twist villain on top of that. Oh, that's amazing. And then we've got another twist villain on top of that. Okay, sure, but... And then we got a greater twist villain on top of that. What are they doing here? Okay, well, do I get to have a satisfying boss fight against this actual secret, real 4th twist villain? No. You just tell them to stop it. You just tell them to stop it, and they're like, yeah, you're right. I also think it doesn't help that after, like, over 130 hours of Trails to Azure, you finally get to the end of Trails to Azure, and it's like, story will be continued in Trails of Cold Steel 4. I really think they could have made... I really think they actually had enough... Just with, like, the brief little, like, post-game cutscenes they had, they actually had enough of a story set up there to where they could have made a third Trails... a third Crossbell game. With, like, major spoilers for Crossbell games, but... With, like, Lloyd and SSS having to, like, finding some way to liberate, Crossbell from Erebonia. And like them having to ask, and then like them constantly being bothered with the decision of like, okay, did us stopping Crossbell's independence actually... Was us stopping Crossbell's independence by Croy actually worth it? Or like what, like them grappling with like the consequences of their actions. It really feels like the and that's another small issue I have with Trails to Azure's ending. It really feels like for stopping the villains, the heroes got punished far more than the villains did. Like the heroes now have to question all of their life choices and stopping a bunch of megalomaniacal assholes for the next few years and the next 4 Trails games. Meanwhile, all the villains are like, oh, darn. Anyway, I face no consequences from this. See you in the next game. Bye. Or whenever they come back. One of those werewolves has my... I'm sure one of those werewolves... Oh no, actually my Black O's right here. Hooray! Okay, do I want to actually run around through here, or do I want to... Or do I want to go back and use my Blood Echoes? Oh, just a little reminder that any donations made either through bits, subs, or gift subs will add lives to this and will make me have to play Bloodborne longer. I'm currently at 392 remaining lives thanks to all your donations, but I've already lost almost 100 lives, and I'm in like old Yarnum, so I feel like I'm still really early in the game. Also, the more money is donated, it'll count more towards our donation goals, which we're only about less than $70 away from the 5th donation goal. So it says, maybe this part of having seen Cold Steel all the way through before Crossbow was available in the West, but I kind of knew the ending of Azure beforehand. I also knew that Lloyd and Co. would return. Well, yeah, I really think that's down to you having experienced Cold Steel all the way through Crossbow, or all the way through before Crossbow. But even me knowing, just kind of based on stuff that eventually Lloyd and Co. will return, I'm still gonna have to get through 4 games in order to do that, and I'm gonna do it because I want to do it and I want to play those 4 games. But I'm still gonna have to play through four more 100-hour Trails games. I'll do it. And I'll be really happy when we return to see everyone. But I can tell you, I'm just gonna tell you. But any bad story beats, I don't know if there are any, but any bad story beats in Cold Steel that I get to, I'm just gonna be sitting there thinking like, what's Lloyd doing? What's Lloyd and Co. doing? Are they okay? I get it. You guys really got to get through high school. I get it. You guys are dealing with hard times in high school. I understand. But I really want to get back to the people fighting for their lives while their city state is being occupied by a hostile force. And Reen, I know you get a cool mech, and I'm happy for you. I'm really excited to see the mech, but I also want to know what the heck is going. I also want to know if everyone is okay. So it says, when you play CS1 and 2, I'm glad you told what's happening with Lloyd and Co. in their 0/0 timeline. Because CS1 and 2 will be happening around the same time as, or lore-wise, around the same time as CS1, 0 and Azure. Yeah, I'm going to try to bait one of these werewolves to keep following me through here. I'm going to back up. Okay, that's one of the werewolves dead. So it says, I will say in CS2 there's a few scenes that will be dead giveaways. What part you're at in 0/Azure? Well, I'm sure we'll definitely know that when I see the giant god tree spawn. Oh, well, actually, it's not 4 games, it's 6 games, because before I get to those, I want to go back and play through Trails in the Sky 1 and 2. So it says, yes, the giant blue tree is one of them, lol. I guess I can fight them now. Yay, okay. So it's just Sky first chapter, second chapter, third chapter. Oh, that's right, there's 3 Trails in the Sky games. Cold Steel 1 through 4, and then you get Reverie. Oh my gosh. Where am I even at? I guess I better keep out the torch, just to make sure I can maybe see anything that attacks me. Is this good big door, or bad big door? It's not open from this side. Okay. So yeah, I just want to take another chance to say, if you're considering donating, please, if you're considering donating, that bits, subs, and gifted subs do count to the Donathon. However, direct donations help out quite a bit more, which you can directly donate through the Streamlabs link I have down there. Or through the PayPal link that I have there. Because, yeah, direct donations help out quite a bit more because I'll receive the money you donate immediately instead of having to wait. At this point, it will likely be if you donate through bits, subs, or gifted subs. I probably won't see the money you donate until like at least halfway through February. Just due to how Twitch just due to how like Twitch gives out the money from donations. But if you donate directly through PayPal, I'll see the money you donate immediately. So, and somehow, even listing that out, that's 10 games total, and I know I put damn near 1,500 hours of the whole shebang up to Reverie. It really doesn't sound too intensive because it's just that good and consistent. Oh, I'm sure I overall will enjoy the experience of doing it. Yeah, I'm sure I overall will enjoy the experience of doing it. It's a lot of time to make, especially when there's so many other games I'd like to play. Like, I'm currently coming up with a list of games that y'all will get to... I'm currently off-stream coming up with a list of games y'all will get to decide the list of games that y'all get to choose between for the 200th playthrough. What games will y'all get to decide? What games I'll let y'all choose between. What the... Where did you come from? This was a trap. Darn teleporting werewolves. So, I'm coming with the list of games that I'll let y'all decide between for the 200 playthrough. And the biggest thing affecting them is really like game length. Because of course, a lot of the games I'd really like to play, and the games I know I'll have the most fun with are big RPGs. But the thing is, I really have to think about, okay, but do I want to play, will I be okay with playing through a big RPG for 60 to 90 hours every single stream? Like, that is months of streams that will just be that one game. And I'm okay with doing that, and I'm okay with doing that because for that doesn't bother me viewership wise. I'm just not sure if I will consistently enjoy playing that game and nothing but that game for months. Slim says, I mean, you kind of did that to the last month of Azure. Yeah, and look what happened when I got to that one awful boss fight in Azure. Owie. I have to go back down here again. I can guarantee you there won't be any Soulsborne games on that list. Definitely not. Yeah, it's really going to come down to the question of, okay, will I be okay, if this game wins, will I be okay playing it for, 40 to 70 to maybe even 90 hours, just every stream being that one game? I've got to go back all the way down there to get my blood echoes. Fuck this game. Oh, right, I need to, change it, because it's, $3.91. No. Hooray. It's $3.91. It's funny how the limited live system that was... me streaming this with a limited number of lives as part... I chose that as, the thing for the Donathon, or for, if this were a Dying for Life event like I did with Dark Souls. That's something I did to, I made that a thing in order to, oh, that could be a fun way to add a little bit of extra challenge to this, is where I have to beat a Soulsborne game with a limited number of lives. But it's really had the opposite effect. I would have definitely not stuck with this game or Dark Souls as long as I did if I didn't have an obligation to play through it until I lose all these remaining lives. Like, if it wasn't such a, like, if you like playing, I mean, there are some, I want to be clear, there are some parts of this game I do like. I think the atmosphere is really good, and visually it looks interesting. Is that God? Is that the God statue? That could actually not be a glitch, it'd just be a feature of this world, and I believe it. But anyway, what I was about to say is that... Sleep says that? No. But basically what I was about to say is that... Oh, hello. There you are. I think visually and atmosphere-wise, this game is really great. However, like, at the base gameplay-wise, I'm really, like, this is really not doing anything for me, to the point where if it wouldn't take, like, so much effort to set up the PS5 with this at the current location I'm at, I am considering, like, going through the other RPGs I have on PS5, and maybe even considering, like, replaying through Final Fantasy VII Remake in my spare time. Just so I have, like, a fun action RPG to play whilst I'm going through this. And Final Fantasy VII Remake isn't even really fully an action RPG. It's like a hybrid of action RPG and turn-based RPG. Heck, if you see Kingdom Hearts as, like, one of the potential contenders for the 200 playthrough, that might be a reason it's on there. It won't be, like, the only reason. There's a couple other reasons I'd think about revisiting Kingdom Hearts. I've mentioned them quite a bit. But yeah, that might be one of the reasons why. It's just so I have a fun action RPG to play through after going through this. So he says, that's the Cthulhu monsters that run the world that you're starting to see because you have the insight. I should have known to be suspicious from all these statues. I was a fool to not be, I was a fool to not be suspicious of all these statues I've been seeing. It's funny because it's just up there, like, pointing at things. Anyway. Oh, let me check the YouTube live stream, how YouTube version live stream, how's it going? Okay, still going good. Still functioning. Alright. Oh, and just to mention again, I say this every stream, but just to mention again, all the streams that I'll do that won't be me playing Bloodborne, they will, like, any donations to them will still count for the Bloodborne Emergency Donothon. That's gonna... until the Bloodborne Emergency Donathon ends. So until I run out of lives in Bloodborne, any donation made during any of the streams I do will still count, like, will still add lives to the Bloodborne playthrough. But yeah, after... I haven't restarted FF7 Remake yet, but I am kind of considering it, just so I have a fun game. Like, again, FF7 Remake is like a turn-based RPG, action RPG hybrid, but just so I have a fun action RPG, more action-y RPG to play through. And it would also be... Well, I am actually, in addition to playing through Baldur's Gate 3, or restarting Baldur's Gate 3, and one thing I am doing... Another game I'm playing through in my spare time is I realize that I'm near the end levels of Super Robot Wars V, so I'm actually like, so because I've been craving Super Robot Wars, but I can't get Y yet because I don't have the money, I've been finishing up Super Robot Wars V, which, out of the 3 SRW games I've played through, Out of the three SRW games I've played through, which is T, 30, and now V, uh, V is definitely my least favorite. And in fact, that's one where I'm considering playing it on stream at some point, but I definitely would need to watch through all the anime being featured into it. Like, not just like a small, like a side feed, not just like a side thing I'd like to do, like where SRWY. I probably don't have to watch through all the anime before it, but I'd like to, just to like to fully know, like, just to like fully talk about the anime that are being featured in SRWY when I get to it, and to see, like, and to fully appreciate or mock how they're represented in the game versus the show, their original shows. In SRWV, I feel like I kind of have to watch with Super Robot Wars V. If I Whenever I do end up playing that on stream, I feel like I kind of have to watch all the anime that are being featured in that game, just so I can actually gain some interest in it. Because I've seen like a few of the anime in there. Oh jeez, oh jeez, oh jeez. But yeah, for Super Robot Wars V, the only anime I've seen from it so far are really Getter Robo Armageddon, which was like in all the Super Robot Wars from around that time, and Full Metal Panic, which is one of my favorite mecha anime, is the reason I got SRWV. Like, after I beat Super Robot Wars T, I got SRWV because Full Metal Panic is in it. But besides those, I don't really know much about. I don't really know really much of the other anime in there, and so I kind of feel like before I play SOWV on stream, and really just for every Super Robot Wars game I play. Yeah, probably what I'll do for like every Super Robot Wars game I play on stream from now on will be like I'll try to watch through all the anime being featured in it before I actually play through the game. And especially in Super Robot Wars V case, because that game that has some mecha classics that are like recognized as some of the best shows, some of the best mecha anime, or even some of the best anime of all time. And of course, I'm talking about Full Metal Panic, like I just said. But people also do really like Evangelion. However, alongside like staples of the genre, like Evangelion, Full Metal Panic, and Get a Robo Armageddon, in Super Robot Wars V, you've also got a few of the unique ones. Okay, well, actually, no, it's one of them. There's a couple other super robots that they decided that they included in, but they're really just side characters. And there's one big problem child. It's Super Robot Wars V, which just drags the whole experience down. And that's that for some reason they decided to include Cross Ange in Super Robot Wars V. And I feel, and I'm dreading, one of the reasons I'm definitely going to wait to play, I'm going to definitely get to playing Super Robot Wars Y on stream before I get to V, is because I am dreading having, like, as much as I dread having to watch, like, what's that one show about those weird high schoolers where the enemy faction is much more interesting than where the enemy faction is the Wolgaroo faction. See, I don't even remember the name of the anime or the kids, even though they were in Super Robot Wars 30. Sleeper says Majestic Prince? Yes. Yes, Majestic Prince, thank you. As much as I'm not looking forward to watching Majestic Prince, I am actively dreading watching through Cross Ange, and these are both just based off of me experiencing their stories through Super Robot Wars games. I am worried about having to experience Cross Ange's story, and that is even more worrying. And that is even more worrying because from a surface level, Cross Ange is basically like from a surface level. If you just take a brief look at Cross Ange, it's like, oh, what is this? robots fight dragons. That sounds really freaking cool. Like, mechs fight alien dragons. Awesome. And then you have to see how the characters are and and how the again, this is based off of what I'm seeing in Super Roller V. I think I found the one Cross-Ange fan. Like, if I can't... Like, after what I've seen... Again, this is just... I will admit, this is just based off of what I've seen from... how I've seen the story presented in Super Roll Wars V. But, if I had an option to pick, I would probably pick watching Fate Stay Night and, like, any of the Fate anime over Cross-Ange. And y'all know how much y'all know how much I joke about Fate Stay Night. Sleep says, you could kill the guy on the minigun and he stays in. Oh, I know that. I just have tried to kill him and haven't been successful yet. Alright, and... Sleeper says, while I am a Final Fantasy VII Remake superfan, and I still maintain that it is my 2020 game of the year, there's another franchise that you're thinking about replaying anyways that is a more fun, in quotes, more action RPG focused game, in quotes. Just going back to that comment because I missed it earlier. Tales? The Tales games? Because, yeah, definitely do want to play more Tales. Slip says Kingdom Hearts. Oh, yeah, well, I just said Kingdom Hearts. Like I was saying around that time, Sleepless, if Kingdom Hearts ends up being one of the potential games y'all can pick for the 200 playthrough, one of the reasons it will be that was because of me playing through this. And just wanting a fun action RPG to play through after going through this. Gosh, I need to try and find some way to get back my Blood Echoes if I can. Alright. Sleep also says, Neon Genesis Evangelion is a fantastic show. I definitely should watch that at some point, considering it's one of, like, the most well-known anime of all time. And it's a mech and even more importantly, it's a mech anime. And also, not just was it like, is it one of the most beloved anime of all time and a mech anime? It's like for a lot of years, people who didn't watch mech anime were saying like, mech anime is done because it's over for mech anime because of Neon Genesis Evangelion. Or because Neon Genesis Evangelion exists, and then all the mecha fans would go, yeah, and they just go back to watching mecha anime. and then it was the case of Gurren Lagann came out, and then mecha fans was, and then people who didn't watch mecha anime were like, "Oh man, it's over for mecha fans. It's over for mecha fans. There's no way mecha anime could come back after. There's no way other mecha anime could match up to the standards of Gurren Lagann." And then other mecha fans, and then people who actually watch mecha anime were like, okay, and then just right, and then just went back to watching mecha anime. Magical Girl anime fans have had a similar experience ever since Madoka Magica came out. Sleep says, this year was weird for me. I watched Gundam Seed, then Eva, then Seed Destiny, all one after another. You know, that is going to be an interesting one when I eventually get to watch that, because that is one of these series that is featured in Super Robot Wars Y and in Super Robot Wars V. So I will get to watching it before SRWY, because that means I can actually, like, go ahead and fulfill the requirement for 2 different SRW games. However, just off of what I've seen in SRWV, I don't know if I'm going to like Seed. And and this is a weird metric to base it off of, I'm sure, but it's coming down to the mech designs. Like, the mech designs I've seen are making me think, I don't know if I'm going to like this show. So I am so sad that Seed/Destiny wasn't more utilized in Y. So it wasn't more used like... Okay, so it wasn't more Revolutionary Girl utilized. So says, I really like the designs of the important units in Seed/Destiny. Is that like this... Okay, so just to make sure I'm on the same page as you, is this like the Strike Freedom Gundam, and the Infinity Justice Gundam, and the... what other words were there? The Gundam that looks exactly like Strike Freedom Gundam, but isn't Strike Freedom Gundam. And then the other Gundam that looks exactly like Strike Freedom Gundam, but isn't Strike Freedom Gundam. Because, yeah, that's basically my really big problem with Destiny, even though I will admit, I haven't watched the anime yet. This is just my experience from, like, seeing all the units in Super Wars V so far. But, yeah, just from going off of it, all the Gundams look really, like, the same to me. It looks like an RX-78-2, but with a few more details on it. Maybe like one of the colors is changed a bit differently, and then they just put like a big pack with wings on it. So, but yeah, the Strike Freedom, the Destiny, and the Infinity and the Infinite Justice ones are different. They did make Infinite Justice pink, so that one is slightly more different. So says, the throwaway units like the Zakus aren't interested in me. So says, there's a reason they all look similar in design. Is it because are they all clones of each other? You don't have to answer that. That's just me joking around. If that is actually an important story beat, you don't have to answer that. I'll just watch the anime and find out. Oh, they're just running around. Okay, they're walking back there. I don't even need to deal with them. Okay, I'm just going to go back here. So that they were all built by the same developer. Hi. Yay. Okay, I need to keep an eye out. That sounds dangerous. Oh, that is dangerous. Felt like something else would be there. Okay, nope. Oh, I did see that there's like actually it was announced while I was while Crimnus was happening that there's actually a couple of like kaiju anime coming out next year. One of them is well, which is funny. We just had like I also finished watching season. I finally finished watching season 2 of Dandadan, which ends with the main group fighting a kaiju based it because based Dandadan creator. But yeah, there's a couple of like kaiju anime. There's like a couple of kaiju and anime and manga coming out. There's like one where a guy gets a one where a guy gets the powers of Godzilla, which sounds basically like kaiju number 8 if it was just like if they just went like, yeah, he's Godzilla. If they just dropped all pretense of if they just dropped trying to make it like the kaiju their own thing, or just like, yeah, it's Godzilla. Even though the kaiju and like kaiju number 8 are very different from like kaiju and Godzilla. Then there's also like there's also a there's a kaiju rom-com anime coming out called like Kaiju Girl it's like Kaiju Girl Caramelise. So it's a kaiju rom-com where where the cute anime girl can turn into a giant monster. Which can turn into a giant kaiju. Which instantly has me more interested in it than which I'm already interested in rom-coms and romance anime, but that makes me even more interested in it. I hope this was a good door to open. Okay, where does this go? There's this bridge here. Okay, there's this ladder here. So it's not really a secret given that the full name for the Strike Freedom is X-105 Strike Freedom and the Justice is X-09A Justice. Okay, I've got like almost 8,000 blood echoes. I really need to get to like a lamp. We're about an hour and a half of the way in, but I've only died twice so far. But I mean, there's plenty of time for me to die more often. Especially while playing this game. Okay, where am I at? Oh. I'm back up here. Okay. Well, I guess I am near a lamppost. Sleep says, but if it's any consolation, bro, you know my taste, and I'm telling you I like Seed/Destiny. Well, we will just have to see when I watch it. We'll just have to see if I enjoy it as much when I get to watching it. But here, since I've now got all these blood echoes, let me take a short break. Yeah, let me take a short break, and when I get back, I'll spend some blood echoes. I'll spend some blood echoes to level up, and then I'll continue making my way through Old Yarnum. So, I'll return in just a little bit. Okay, I'm back now. So going back to what you were saying, Sleepless. But if it's any consolation, bro, you know my taste, and I'm telling you, I like Seed/Destiny. So Sleepless, that is a vote of confidence, but it's not a vote. It's a coin flip of confidence. Considering how your and my tastes match up, you really liking Gundam Seed/Destiny tells me that I'm either gonna really like it or I'm gonna really hate it. Because that seems to be how our tastes align. Is half of the things one of us likes, the other one really likes, and then half of the things one of us likes, the other one really hates, or really dislikes. Actually, wait, closer to like 60-40 on the like to dislike, I'd say. Oh, right. I need to, like, use these bloods. Okay, I need these.
What is it you desire? Very well. Let me stand close.
Sleep says, does it help if I tell you Trippy also liked Gundam Seed? Okay, that does increases the odds of me liking it. That it's both of you together liking it, actually. It's not just that Trippy likes it, it's that you and Trippy like it, because a lot of times y'all also disagree heavily on what y'all like, so... Okay, so... That increases my weapon attack. I guess let me increase my endurance. And I guess also my arcane? Yeah, I guess this will work. Well, maybe not arcane. Maybe my skill again. Yeah, okay. There, I can level up 3 times. Sleep says, I'll also say that Seed Destiny is probably 1.5 to 2 points lower in likability than Seed was to me.
Farewell, good hunter.
Like, if I gave Seed an 8.5, I'd give Destiny a 7.
In the waking world.
I got what you mean. But yeah, going back to anime shows I did get to watch. I didn't get to watch as much because there were a lot of, while I'm staying with my parents, because it's Christmas time, a lot of family members were visiting. And some of them were staying in the same room, so I had to like move out. And I mean, I really was limited in what time I had on my computer. I did get to finish Dan to Dan season 2, which when my biggest problem with an anime is that I wish instead of like cutting it into 2 cores, they had actually put them together into one big 24 episode season. Which, from what I heard after, is actually like that like Science Saru thought that they would be making like one big 24 episode season. Okay, that kind of like when that's my only problem, that I wish it was one 24 episode season instead of 2 12 episode seasons, kind of a weird cutoff halfway into it. That tells you how much I really like the show, and I mean I've talked at length about how much I love Dan to Dan, but it's helped a lot. It's helped a bit. It's helped a bit by just how much the anime like I would say, as someone who's been reading the manga, this is actually, I would actually go ahead and say that this is one of the best manga to anime adaptations that have been made, that I've seen so far. Just with how much Science Saru has added to Dan in the anime over the manga. Like there were jokes in the manga that were like, there were funny jokes in the manga that then in the anime they added on to. And expanded, like they added a joke onto the joke. I'm also realizing that Dan to Dan fits into a nice subsection of shows that appeal to me specifically, which is goofy characters have to deal with spooky situations. So shows like Gravity Falls, shows like Courage the Cowardly Dog, stuff like Scooby-Doo, which is even Scooby-Doo is like, there's quite a few of the Scooby-Doo movies and series and shows that I think aren't good, but I'm still willing to watch them because I think I just really like shows. I think I really like shows where it's like goofy comedic characters having to deal with like ghosts and spooky monsters and cryptids. And Dan to Dan definitely appeals to me in that regard. But also because it's a Shonen Jump manga, it's both that goofy characters and spooky situations while also being a romance, while also being a shonen battle anime. So it's like 3 genres I really like all in one. Afrogenius says, how you doing, Sleepy Roll? Hey, Afrogenius, I guess I'd say I'm doing okay right now. I know that I say this every time someone asks how I'm doing, that still job hunting, but it is just the big thing of, like, I'm currently... My life doesn't... No matter how good my life will get right now, I am going to be in this weird limbo of I really need to get a job as soon as possible, and I am, like, searching every day for more jobs, but I'm just waiting to hear back from people. Alright, let's go back to Old Yarnum. I guess I'll go back to Old Yarnum. I'm not sure where I'm supposed to be going, but I'm assuming it's there because I'm actually going areas. So it says, I actually still need to watch Seed Freedom. Haven't gotten around to it yet. Oh, there's a third Gundam Seed. There's a third Gundam Seedson. That's what they should have named it. They should have named it like Gundam Seed Seedson 1, Gundam Seed Seedson 2. So Gundam Seed Seedson 2 and Gundam Seed Seedson 3. So it's a movie, not a full series. Ah. There are a couple of other things I still would really want to watch, and I'm hoping I watch. Like, by the end of this week, I really want to get around to watching K-pop Demon Hunters, because that's been on my list of movies to watch. Ever since it came out, I've been like, that's been on my list of movies to watch, and I'm really behind the time, and I'm really behind the times on watching it because I haven't gotten to see it yet. But I get the feeling I'm gonna really like it. Afrogenius says, Brawl Sleepy, have y'all seen Code Geass? Not yet, but it's one of the shows I'm going to watch before I play Super Robot Wars Y. Like, the reason why we're talking about mech anime is that we started up because I'm going to start a thing. I'm going to start a tradition where, like, before I play a Super Robot Wars game, before I start a Super Wars game, I'm going to actually watch through all the different anime that are being featured in it. So I can actually talk about how I feel they're being represented in how every anime is being represented in the Super Robot Wars game. Because that's one of the... I mean, that's... When you buy a Super Robot Wars... For me, a crazy person, I'm buying Super Robot Wars games because I really like Super Robot Wars. And like how insane... And even though... even when I didn't know many of the anime that were in Super Robot Wars T, which is the first one I've seen... Which was the first SRW game I played... I was like, this sounds goofy enough to where I really want to play through it. But for like someone who's picking up SRW for the first time, they're absolutely doing it because, like, they see one of their they see an anime they really like is being featured in a strategy RPG. Which is why I'll probably watch it New Year's Eve. I have the day off from work and can stave off Digimon Time Stranger to be my first game beat next year. Oh shit! Afrogenius says, so many mech series I went and watched because of SRW. Yeah, that is absolutely a thing. Like, I already quite liked mech anime because, of course, yeah, before I played Super Robot Wars T. But after playing Super Robot Wars T, I kind of got obsessed with them, and I've just been watching so many. I've been watching or rewatching so many shows. Sleep says, the jump from S1 season 1 to S2 is jarring to say the least. Sleep says, outside of that though, I am nitpicky and think the nightmare frames should be more ominous / deadly than they actually are. Averagenia says, some were fine to me, but some should be more serious and crowded. Well, I mean, Mecha is, well, it's made a case, I get what you mean, but it is such a case that Mecha is really, it's funny that mecha anime is considered a genre, when really, any show that has a big robot as a major part of its story could be considered a mech anime. It's like how I constantly talk about kaiju movies, or kaiju movies or tokusatsu. When really, you could make a case for any movie being a kaiju movie if a big monster being in it is a part of it, or is a big part of its story. Slip says, I blame Super Robot Wars 30 for that nitpick, though, since I was used to the Gurren type special, Lancelot Albion, and Gecko Sui, and not how they actually look for the majority of the show. I'm guessing, Slip, so I'm guessing that's why they chose the movie versions of all the Code Geass. Well, there's multiple reasons why they keep using the movie's plots for Code Geass instead of the actual Code Geass anime, like the Code Geass anime series. One, because I haven't seen the Code Geass anime yet, but I'm guessing the mechs in the mechs in the movies, the mechs in the movies just look cooler than the mechs they use in the original show. But also because the way the show works, which is basically it's not just a mech anime, it's also like a political. Code Geass is also like a political thriller where you got a guy who's trying to... where you have a high schooler trying to, where a high schooler is, like, pulling off a political coup, a coup against the world government. Or against the world government, which is, Great Britain. It would be very hard. It would be very hard for him to keep. It would be very hard for Lelouch to keep his. It'd be very hard for Lelouch to keep his schemes under wraps if he was a part of a giant a giant task force of some of the most powerful robots and fighters in the galaxy. Like, it'd be like... It's kind of like... It's kind of like the whole thing of, like, you look at the lineup... Like, you got all these, like, superheroes and gods and, like, and warriors for the Avenger... as members of the Avengers. And then also... like... who's a good comparison? And then also just this guy is there. This guy is there who is secretly one of the most dangerous people, but he can't reveal that because if he gets in any fights, people are going to realize very soon what his schemes are. Slim says, no, they use the movies because it's got a way to bring Lelouch back from the dead. Ah, I see. Which is kind of important, and two, they're easier to shut into 3 to 4 missions that have it be a constant threat throughout the whole game. I gotcha. Yeah, that does make a good point. Yeah, they could add like an extra... That makes a good point. They can add an extra anime series onto the brand for the brand recognition, but just only have to devote like 3 to 4 missions to it. Alright, so I gotta go back here. Hello. Afro Genius says, if only Lelouch was in Death Note. You know, it's probably a really good thing that he wasn't, because then he would have a mech, which would give the chance of light Yagami, which could again give a small chance, but still a potential chance of light Yagami getting a mech. And if you think Light Yagami getting a book that can instantly kill anyone would cause a lot of problems, giving him a giant robot would cause even more. Actually, that brings up another good point. That brings up a better comparison of like why I was saying that they one of the reasons I gave for why they probably used the Code Geass movies over the original anime is it'd be kind of like Light Yagami being in Jump Force as like a character. It's you got Goku, you got Luffy, you got Naruto all hanging around, all fighting against all these different villains, and then there's just this high schooler there. It's like, what the heck is he doing here? At some point, one of them's definitely gonna find out what his schemes are, and they're not gonna like it. Especially given, it's time for, actually, side note, it's time for, mock Jump Force hour here, everyone. It's time to mock Jump Force. Especially given that, like, the Bleach characters are all Shinigami, they're like death gods. Or at least that's what I remember from Bleach. It's been a long time since I've seen Bleach, but I remember that. So I feel like they would actually probably see the Ryuk. Or like any other character, and again, or like any other character involved with like spiritual happenings. Like, I forget, like I remember, I think the Yusuke from Yu Yu Hakusho is like, yeah, he's a Jump Force, and he could definitely see the dead and like demons, can't he? Yeah, because he dies. He dies and becomes like a spirit detective. Like half the character, like a good number of the characters from Jump Force would be like, who's that weird freaking, kid? Who's that weird freaking ghost spirit thing you got hanging out with you? Oh gosh, I have like no blood vials left. Dang it. I'm gonna have to get more. As a side note, this reminds me of, I'm not real, so despite how much, I've mentioned quite a bit that I like weird crossover things, like weird crossover fight animations like Death Battle. I do like it, but I like those for like a lot of the fight animations because I'm a really big fan of animation, and some of those have like some of the best animated fight scenes, or best produced fight scenes in like any show. I'm really don't care about power scaling, like at all. Have no interest in it. But there are a couple of times when people will make up power scaling things that are kind of like unique or interesting. And one of those was definitely that meme that happened like a year or 2 years ago, which was like rating a bunch of like fictional detectives on if they could solve the Death Note. If they could solve the Death Note murders, and if they could figure out how the Death Note works. And it was like a four-sided graph that with like all these fictional detectives on like if they could intuit the mechanics of the Death Note, and if they could actually find out who Kira is. I like that. That was one of my things. There was also there was like a very spooky theme, a very spooky-esque one that happened recently. There was a much more like spooky one of those charts that happened recently. For the Halloween season. That was like a bunch of like horror movie, horror show, and like horror game characters. It was a bunch of like horror movie, horror show, and horror game characters. That was like, and the two like alignments of the graph were: could they survive Five Nights at Freddy's, and could they figure out who the purple guy or the main villain of Five Nights at Freddy's is. That was another really interesting one because it was like just an example. just an example of like one of the results they had on there was like every single Resident Evil protagonist could both survive Five Nights at Freddy's and figure out who the main killer is, figure out who like the main villain of the main like the evil mastermind is, except Ada Wong. Who was rated as she could definitely survive Five Nights at Freddy's, but she would not figure out who is the evil mastermind. And that just perfectly matches up. Back to that detective one talking about Death Note. There was another one where like the two main characters from Disco Elysium, and it was like Harry Dubois, like it was like Harry Dubois could figure out the Harry Dubois could solve the Death Note case, and he could intuit the mechanics of the Death Note, even though he's a terrible detective. That's the main character of Disco Elysium. Meanwhile, Kim Kitsuragi, who is a great detective, could not figure out what the Death Note is. and would not be able to could not figure out how the Death Note works, and probably would be able to figure out how how to solve the case. There are a bunch of other like famous film and TV detectives on there, and video game detectives on there, like Frank Nelson from the Police Squad movies was on there as someone who would solve the case, but would never figure out like what the how the Death Note works, or if he did, it would be in the most silliest way possible. Oh, what the heck is... Oh, shit. Oh, this is Burbs? Evil Burbs. Is that a place I've been to before, or... No, I don't think so, no. Okay, that's like, I don't remember seeing that big open door before, so I don't think this is a place I've been to before. That looks like it might be a boss arena. Excuse me, that might be a boss arena. So, whilst I'm trying to remember where I am and trying to figure out where I need to go, just a little reminder of how this works. So this is a special playthrough of Bloodborne I'm doing called the Bloodborne Emergency Donothon. And how it works is I'm trying to play through Bloodborne for the first time, but I have a limited number of lives. So every dollar donated to the stream will add another life. Subs, if you sub to the channel, it'll add 6 lives, because a sub costs like $6. If you donate like 100 bits, that'll add a life. If you gift a sub to the channel, that will cost like 6. That'll add like 6 lives for every sub you donate, because those also cost $6. Those do count for this. However, direct donations are especially helpful for this, because the reason I'm doing this is months of trying to find a job and not really having much success. Months of trying to find a job and not having much success are basically it's really whittled down my funds to where I barely have any money left. Like, I did get some money in from some very kind relatives for Christmas, but most of that money is all that money is gonna go towards paying bills. Because even though I don't have a job, I still need to, because of how things work in Texas, I still have to pay registration for my car, or I have to pay for car insurance every month in order to be allowed to drive my car, and I have to pay for my cell phone service every month so that I can use my cell phone, which I need to have. So, basically, yeah, whilst I'm still searching for a job, the amount of money I've had left has just not been, I've lost most of my money, almost all of it. And even some of the donations towards this that have been made, I had to use to pay off bills. So, because that, this is a donathon that I'm doing to kind of just raise some money to kind of help me out right now. And every dollar donated will add another life to the limited number of lives I have, and every $100 we reach will cause me to do one of these donation goals. Well, that will reach one of these different donation goals. So the donation goals we've already reached is there was a y'all did reach the $100 donation goal, so I'm gonna do a Pokemon Smash or Pass stream. Y'all already reached the $200 donation goal, so I'm gonna have to draw characters suggested by y'all from memory. And at some point, I'll send out a Google form for that, with allowing y'all to suggest characters. We reached the $300 donation, which was our donation goal, which is I'm gonna play through God Hand for the first time. And we reached the $400 donation goal, which is y'all get to decide the 200th playthrough, and that's basically whatever game y'all end up decide. When I come up with a list of games, I'm gonna come up with a list of games, and whichever of those games y'all pick, whenever I start that game, I'm gonna have to fully play through it on stream. Like every stream will be that game until I beat it. Now, we're currently at $436 donated in total, so we're working our way towards the $500 donation goal, which is the Capcom Fighters Marathon from Hell. That'll be like a special stream where I'll play through a bunch of Capcom fighting games, and there'll be challenges in place to make it more difficult. Then, if we reach $600, I'll play through The Legend of Zelda Wind Waker for the first time. If we reach $700, y'all will get to decide a new emote for the channel, and I will then commission an artist to make it. If we reach $800 donated to the channel, I will get some D&D solo game books, and I'll do some D&D solo adventures. Y'all get to actually influence like a D&D character I make, and I will have them go out on some D&D solo adventures, which is basically like a smaller D&D campaign that can be played by one player. And I will stream me playing through some of those solo adventures. If we reach $900 donated in total, then I will play through the Sonic Adventure 2 for the first time. And if we reach $1,000 donated in total, y'all get to decide a game I must 100%. So, I'll come up with a list of games that I'd be willing to like fully play through until I get all the achievements or all the trophies, either on like PlayStation 5 or on PC, and y'all will get to decide which of those games I end up fully playing through. So yeah, if you're able to, please consider donating. If you're not able to or don't feel like donating, I understand, and thank you at least for watching. Yeah, if you're able to, please consider donating, because it'll really help me out right now. And I've currently got about 391 lives left, so I guess this is the path I have to take. Yeah, I've got about 391 lives left, so still plenty of lives to play through this. But from what I can tell, I'm still like really early in this game. There's like a fourth one around here, I'm sure of it. I don't think I killed them. It's 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there's definitely a fourth one around here. I wonder where they went. Anyway. Let me see if I can maybe run past these two werewolves. Not okay, yeah. Let's go back through here. Also, actually talking about the job hunting, I do have... Okay, it would be good news, except for one giant caveat that makes it not good news. And so, I did actually get accepted for a job earlier today. And it's a job in like the Houston area, which is where I'd really like to move to, and it would pay enough, and it'd pay enough to where it pays like $20 an hour, which is like the minimum amount of money that I'd want to get accepted. It's the minimum pay rate I want to take, because I really need to start building up my funds, and I think $20 an hour, that's the base amount of money I can live on. So it would be exactly what I wanted a job. But it's a temporary position. And while I had the interview, they were talking about. Oh well, this could lead to you being employed. Like it's only listed as for like through April, but it could be for like through summer, and then it could be through like this other time. It could be through like these other months, and then you might get a permanent position. But I really can't. It sucks because it is a job I got accepted. I did get accepted by them, and they do pay what I want, and they do pay what I want, the amount I want. But I had to turn them down. I had to turn them down because I can't move and start working a job on the chance that I might keep that job, that I might have a permanent position. When there's a much better chance that it just remains a temporary position, and then I lose that job after only a few months, in which case I'm right back to where I started. So yeah, I did get accepted for a job, but because of like I did get accepted for a job, but it's just because of that one caveat that like it was a temporary position. Yeah, I did get accepted for a job, but because of that one big caveat that it's only a temporary position, and there's no guarantee that I could get hired on permanently, I had to turn them down, unfortunately. So, still looking. Oh, hey, Scorcher, welcome in. If you're just coming in, welcome to the Bloodborne Emergency Donothon. This is for legal reasons. This is listed as the Bloodborne Emergency Donathon Day 5, but in actuality, it's really like Day 32, because there was that huge space of time I was unable to stream, and also like I'm still like because of that huge space of time where I wasn't able to stream, I'm also like every other stream is me playing some of the other games I was playing. Like tomorrow's stream is going to be the last one of the year, and I'll be playing Mega Man 02. And also counting down my favorite games. My favorite games I played through in 2025. And then Thursday will be more of the Bloodborne Emergency Donathon. And then Saturday I'll be returning to Valkyria Chronicles. And even though I won't be playing Bloodborne on those days, I'll be every donation made during those streams will still count towards the Bloodborne Emergency Donathon. Oh, hey, Fanboy Brian, welcome in. Says, hey, bro, you got a new place or are you streaming in a different room? No, I had to move in with my parents because I couldn't afford to, I can't, due to, like, not having a job for half a year now, I can't really afford, paying the bills to stay in my own house, so I had to move with my parents whilst I, continue job hunting. So, and that's actually why I'm doing this whole, donathon. So, just to remind y'all how this is working, if you sub to the channel, gift a sub to the channel, or donate bits to the channel, or directly donate, every dollar donated will add another life to this Bloodborne playthrough. I'm actually trying to play through Bloodborne for the first time with a limited number of lives. And so, subs, gift subs, and bits do count towards this, but direct donations actually help me out a lot more, because I'll receive the money you donate immediately, instead of having to wait at least half a month. Or at this point, really, if any like subs, gift subs, or bits were donated, I probably wouldn't receive the money until like at least halfway through February. So direct donations are a lot more helpful to me right now, because I'll just receive the money immediately instead of having to wait. But if you do sub, gift subs, or donate bits, that will count towards the donathon. But every dollar donated will add another life, and every $100 reached, every $100 in total donations that is reached will have one of these different, every $100 donated will result in me doing one of these special events. So for these special events, donation goals. So for example, y'all have already donated the $100 donation goal. Because y'all donated $100 in total, I'm gonna do the Pokemon Smash or Pass stream in the future. Because y'all reached the $200 donation goal, I'm going to do a stream where I draw characters suggested by y'all from memory. If if $300 is donated, then I'll play through God Hand for the first time. Or excuse me, no, we already did. We already reached the first 4 goals. So yeah, we're gonna be doing the. At some point, I'll do the Pokemon Smasher Pass stream. At some point, I'll draw characters suggested by y'all from memory, and I'll actually send out a Google form to where y'all can suggest characters for that. At some point, I'm gonna play through God Hand for the first time. And then y'all will get to decide what the 200th playthrough is. Which the reason that's big. The reason that's big is whatever game I play through I'm gonna come up with a list of games that y'all can vote between for the 200 playthrough, and whichever game y'all end up deciding, that one will be the game. Like whenever I start that game, every stream will be that game until I beat it. So like for example, if it's like one of the Final Fantasy games that I intend to play as part of First Fantasy, if that gets onto like one of the list of choices and y'all vote that one, I'm going to be playing that game for every single stream. Once I start that game, I'm going to play it for every single stream until I beat it. We're currently at $436 donated in total, so we're working our way towards the $500 donation goal, which is the Capcom Fighters Marathon from Hell. And then if we somehow reach $600 donated, I'll play through The Legend of Zelda Wind Waker for the first time. If we reach $700 donated, y'all will get to decide a new emote for the channel that I'll commission an artist to make. If we reach $800 donated in total, then I'll do some D&D solo adventures where y'all will help me make a D&D character, and then I'll send them out on some solo adventures. These are basically like D&D game books designed to be played by only one person. Then if we reach $900, I'll play through Sonic Adventure 2 for the first time. And then if we reach $1,000 donated in total, y'all get to decide a game. Y'all get to decide a game almost 100%. So I'll come up with a list of games that I'd be willing to fully play through. Until I get all the trophies or all the achievements on like either PC or PS5. And y'all will get to decide. Y'all will get to vote which of those games I 100%. So yeah, that's the donation goals for this. And this will end once I run out of lives. This will end once I run out of lives in Bloodborne. So if you look at like near the bottom left of the screen, you'll see like a list of remaining lives. I've got about 391 left. So because of that, I've still got about 391 lives left to lose, but if I lose all these lives before the playthrough ends, that'll be the end of the Donathon and the end of me playing Bloodborne. But if enough lives are donated, if enough donations are made to where I actually somehow manage to beat Bloodborne and have like enough lives left over, I might be willing to keep the Donathon going into either like playing another game, like playing some other really difficult game with like a limited number of lives, or to actually doing like a new game plus run of Bloodborne. We'll just have to see, because I'm still like really early in the game overall. At least as far as I can tell. And then... oh, that's not a good sign. Oh, I guess that's one of the birds. Yeah, I guess that's one of the crows. Sounds like it. No, it might be that. Okay, no, that's not that thing. It's got a different sound. Oh, great, a poisonous werewolf. Okay, what is making that noise? sounds like it's one of the birds, but... Oh, is it that thing? Ah, dang it. Hey, Scourge says you'll just have to find out. Well, we'll see. So yeah, tomorrow's stream will be me continuing Mega Man 02, and I'll be trying to beat that, and then I'll also be counting down my favorite games that I played through in 2025. Not just like not just games that are released in 2025 that I really enjoyed, but games from previous years that I finally got around to playing. And then Thursday, January 1st, that'll be the last stream of the year. And then January 1st, I'll be back with more Bloodborne as part of this emergency. Yeah, more Bloodborne. And then on Saturday, I'll be continuing Valkyria Chronicles. Besides, like, I'm planning to do, like, 4 streams. I'm planning to do, like, 4 streams a week, but I'm only planning on doing, like, Bloodborne for, like, 2 of them. Because, well, for one, I really need to get, because of all that time I lost when I didn't have a computer, I really need to get back to, like, I really need to get back to playing through some of the games that I didn't, that I was playing through before I started this Donathon. Like those games, like there was like those games that I was playing before I started this Donathon. I haven't played in over a month, so I should really get back to them. And then also, I can really only stand like Bloodborne for about 2. I can really only stand this game for about 2 streams of this every week. What are the reasons why the streams are only about 4 hours long right now instead of like the 8-hour long streams that I was doing back before I moved? Was because I could really only handle Bloodborne for like 3, maybe 4 hours at a time. Oh, I'm going here. I'm going here with no life and no blood echoes. Oh, joy. I feel like this is a horrible decision. Is this a boss room? I feel like this is a boss room. This looks like a boss room. That... Yeah, okay, this really looks like a boss room. And there's no way I'm going to be able to beat this thing with barely any life and, like, no... With barely any life and, like, no blood vials left. Is there anything over here? Oh, there's an enemy. Hi. Hooray! Yeah, I've got like 8,000. I got like 8,000 blood echoes. I do not want to fight that thing. Whatever's in there. I need to find like a quick way to get back up to the lamppost and maybe heal up. Uh-oh. I've attracted the attention of some other creature. Alright. Hey, Scorch said, would you like a shortcut, good sir? You know what? Yeah, considering that I'm... considering I'm gonna have to climb all the way back up to that lamppost, yeah. Oh, what's this? Slave says, for the record, brother, is an NPC you can summon here to help with the boss should you desire. I think I found them. Oh, it's Alfred. Okay, I will definitely keep that in mind, but I still don't think I should try it out while I have 0 blood vials and, like, only a little bit of life left. Let me start looking around for that shortcut. Maybe I can find it. Alright, take a quick stroll back to that chapel the werewolf jumped out of. Oh, okay. Oh, that area. Okay, I remember that area. Yeah, I did. Okay, I did find that shortcut. So it says just don't let him die in the fight, otherwise this whole quest is gone. Ah, joy. Yeah, I did find that shortcut. I just don't think I properly unlocked it because I just hopped down from there. Okay, I'll need to, like, yeah, there's gonna be one of these monsties here. Okay, and then there's the hole there. There's that pathway down there. I think this is the shortcut I found. I just... Yeah, this is the shortcut I found. So it says, it dawns on me now. I never actually used the torch in my Bloodborne run this year. I mean, I'm carrying it around just because some of these areas are really hard to... It's really hard to see in. Like, Okay, so I can, like, jump down from here, but is there anywhere to just... Is there anywhere to activate, like, Oh, wait. No, that's just the ladder I came down. Or I came up from. I'd like to find some way that I can actually, like, jump back up from here. And use this more as a shortcut. But... I don't really know if I can. So I think I just used the starting default blunderbuss, just that one gun the whole game. Oh wait, there might actually be something over there I could grab. Yeah, I'm using the torch because this is I'm using the torch because this whole... There are some parts of this game that are just incomprehensibly dark to me. Okay, I guess I can't go there then. So this is because the night is full of dark and terror. The night is dark and full of terrors. That it is. That it is indeed, Sleepless. So, I guess, well... Yeah, I guess I could roll down to there. Okay. But I still have, like, no blood vials. Alright, let me try and spend some of these... Well, I guess let me actually go back to the Hunter's Dream and buy some blood vials, then I'll try fighting that boss. Yeah, that's just gonna take all my blood echoes, but sure. Yeah. There, I have 4 over. So it says, being that boss actually unlocks the ability for you to become super OP in your off hours should you want it. Wait, as in, like, become super OP... what do you mean by become super OP in my off hours? Okay, back to Old Urnum. And then I guess I'll try rolling down here. And then I'll try fighting that beast with Alfred. Okay, so oh, and I have 20 quick. I have 10 quicksilver bullets, so doing a little bit better now. Yeah, I guess I could try rolling down here. I don't like those noises. Sleeper says, the reward for being the boss you found is the ability to access player-created mini-dungeons, one of which is set up to easily feed you souls without doing anything. Wait, so they're like there's like a level editor in this game? Really? I'd never heard of that before. I don't think I've ever heard of that before. So players could actually like make their own levels or their own dungeons? Okay, where is this? Let me end up. Sleep says, yep, I'm really surprised I hadn't heard more about that. I would figure that, considering how highly praised this game is, I would figure that, like, having, like, player-made dungeons, people would be, like, do tons of experimenting and make just, like, a ton of different dungeons in this game. Oh, it's you. Just a reminder, if you're able to, please consider donating, especially direct donations, as they'll add more lives to this playthrough and will force me to keep playing it. If you're not able to donate or don't feel like donating, that's fine. Yeah, if you're unable to donate or don't feel like donating, that's perfectly fine. Thanks for just being here and watching the stream. I like that. That alone is really helpful. But if you are able to, please consider donating, because that's, I mean, that's the whole reason I'm doing this. Sleep says, some might argue that using it ruins the first playthrough experience. Ah. Sleep says, I argue it's more fun to actually be able to beat the game, though. I probably... well, we'll just have to see. If I do fight my way through any player-created dungeons, it will have to be on stream. So that my failures are cataloged. And that y'all can laugh at them. And also so we have a record, and also so that we have a record of like every life I've lost in this. So that I keep this playthrough going until I have lost every single one of these 391 remaining lives. Listen, I may have lost my interest. I may have lost my I may not find much enjoyment in this game, in actually playing this game, but I will. I will still remain. I mean, y'all donated to have me play through this until I lose 391 more lives, so I will keep going until I lose at least 391 more lives. This feels like it's the only way down, but also like it's gonna kill me. Okay, it did not kill me. This feels like this is the only way down, but it also might kill me. It also did not kill me. Sleep says, when you're OP as fuck, this game is actually kind of fun. I feel like it's really going to heavily depend on what kind of games you like. The reason why I'm not gelling with this as much as a lot of other people are, and I do want to say, for those who are more fans of this, I do think this game is overall, like... I do think, as far as, like... I think this game is, like, really good with its atmosphere, and, like, its atmosphere, and, like, its visuals. I think it looks great. And the whole idea behind it of, like, you fight your way through... You go through... someone listened to the... FromSoft developers listened to the song Werewolves in London and made just an entire action RPG around that. They heard the song Werewolves in London by Jimmy Buffett, and they thought that was like an actual real-world experience. And then they added, the guy on team who's a really big fan of the Cthulhu mythos also had some ideas, so they put him in as well. I think that's a really good, really good idea for like a game like this. I'm just generally, when it comes to like how FromSoft handles combat in their action RPGs, I'm not really as much a fan of it. I much more prefer games like Kingdom Hearts or Tales or yeah, again, even though this is an action RPG, turn-based RPG hybrid, so not exactly a full action RPG. Final Fantasy VII Remake, where you have like a vast arsenal of moves and like techniques you can do, and like for the fun is like and like the fun for me is like figuring out like, okay, like what kind of combos I can make, and like what kind of moves together can I make in order to deal with all these different enemies. Oh, hello. Meanwhile, of this, like, the atmosphere in this, the atmosphere in this is great, but, like, really getting to Old Yarnum has kind of sunk my interest in, like, my interest in continuing this game out, like, this has sunk my, like, interest if I were to consider playing this off-stream, or just try to play through this normally without a challenge run, because this has been, like, the same 2 to 3 enemies. Like, this is a big, really cool looking, really amazing looking area, and but when I explore, but I'm not really exploring around it, I'm just walking down the same streets and fighting werewolves, hairless werewolves, and poisonous hairless werewolves. And all the different... And I do like the idea of, like, all the... And I do think it still handles that whole setup of, like, a bunch of people, a London town. I know it's not exactly London, but, you know, but it basically is. I know it's not exactly London, but it's very heavily inspired, like, Britain. And, like, European, certain Europe, and, like, different European countries. And, like, the whole setup of, like, you exploring a town that's been overrun by werewolves and people freaking out over werewolves is a really cool... I think it's still, like, a really cool setup. And I think, like, them really leaning hard into the werewolf game, to, like, the werewolves, is a good idea. Because, I mean, that basically makes this... Really, I'd say this is, like... Even though I'm not enjoying this as much as... Oh. Yeah, even though I'm not enjoying playing this as much as a lot of other people have, I would still say this is probably easily the second best werewolf game of all time. I do think Twilight Princess still does beat it out, as far as being a game about werewolves. Soup says there's more interesting enemies you'll find in later zones, but yeah. Yes, the early areas are kind of rough. Having beat 3 Souls games this year now, I can confidently say that if I was to return to any of them in the next 5 years, it'd probably be Sekiro. Honestly, after not vibing with after bouncing off Sekiro pretty early on, then not really playing a little bit of Dark Souls 2 and a little bit of Dark Souls 3 and not really kind of being interested in them, and then playing quite a bit of Dark Souls 1 for Dying for Life, and now playing through quite a bit of this as part of this, Bloodborne as part of this Bloodborne Emergency Donothon. I think I do still want to try out Elden Ring, but I also kind of want to go back and try out Sekiro again. I'm thinking that I might actually really enjoy that game. I'm thinking that I might enjoy that game far more now. I think I might enjoy that game far more now because of the like the parry system and like how many more moves you have in that game. Afro G says I'm never gonna go to Sekiro. But yeah, what I was trying to get to saying is that like games like this that are like intentionally really abrasive and difficult, it's a good idea, and a lot of people really praise them. A lot of people really praise them. But what a lot of people who like, what a lot of people who think like these games, a problem that a lot of people, okay, how do I say this without? I need to think of a way to say this without being mean. An issue that a lot of people who think like games like this that are intentionally abrasive and intentionally like don't tell you a lot, the thing that don't tell you a lot, or like intentionally just like ram the player's head into a wall constantly until you're forced to either swim or die. Until they keep trying to dunk your head in a pool until you either learn to swim or die. And there's quite a few people now. There's quite a few like gamers nowadays who think that those games are just like inherently better than games that like actually try to teach you what the gameplay is about, how to play the game. But what people don't realize is that you got to make sure that gameplay is amazing, because if it's not, you got to make sure that that game's amazing, or that the person who's playing the game is the right sort of person who would actually vibe with it. Who would really vibe with the gameplay. Otherwise, they're going to get turned off hard. Like another great example of this, and this is for a game that has a gameplay style that's more my style, because of how much I love turn-based RPGs. I've tried out both Fear and Hunger games, Fear and Hunger and Fear and Hunger Termina, and I just meant I really love turn-based art games, and I'm willing to give like turn-based RPGs like I'm usually playing at least one turn-based RPG at a time. It's rare that I'm not. And I do think that like these games, Fear and Hunger have amazing atmosphere and like an amazing style to them. How they intentionally look like really grimy and messed up. However, if you do not, unless you are the sort of person that is willing to just keep bashing your head against Fear and Hunger's enemies, you're not gonna have a good time with that game. There's anytime, like, as much as I'm not, like, as difficult as this is, I could never call a FromSoft game cruel after playing Fear and Hunger and Fear and Hunger Termina. These games, at least when you die quickly. These games, at least when you die quickly. You don't get slowly tortured. There's not an entire multiple minute cutscene devoted to showing how you die. So Sekiro is such a different game because it's almost pure and how it only requires you know 2 to 3 things to beat it. Average Genius says Soulsborne games at a point I can handle and understand the intensity is fine, and it's somewhere fair, but Sekiro I just feel goes too far and I'm not one for that style of play doing parrying. How did I miss this guy? Slip says the problem with these games is that they operate on a failing upwards approach. You as a player will die a lot, so many times, but that's the point. Destiny's your teacher, and only cover that teacher will allow you to win the game in the end. And a lot of modern gamers aren't built to take that failure and learn from it. See, for me personally, it's really not the difficulty, because I'm fine with like playing through a difficult game. Like, I keep playing through stealth games on stream, and I'm not good at them. And also, I've played Armored Core. I played Armored Core 6 on stream. I played Armored Core 6 on stream and had a really fun and had a really difficult time playing through that, but I still overall enjoyed it. It's really for this. It's that Old Hunter, Vile Blood Hunter, Alfred has arrived by the village residence. Okay, Hunter, let's go. It's really because of how these areas are, and how it's really because of how the areas are interesting to look at, and the areas are interesting to look at, and they're interesting to explore at first. But after like the second or third time, after like the third or fourth time I die, I've just kind of lost interest in running through this area again and fighting the same 1 or 2 enemies again. Hello. Alfred? Dude, you okay? Uh-oh. Alfred? I have a little help here. can't let Alfred die. Come on. Oh, great. Oh, shoot, I'm dying so quickly. That is not slow poisoning. Oh, Alfred's nearly dead. This is bad. Oh, fuck. Oh, we only got him down to like half hour. Damn it. Well, I just got him killed for nothing. Sleep says, solid first effort. I don't know. That dead Alfred's body lying on the floor tells me maybe not so. Oh, Jesus. Is the stream breaking down? Hold on. Yeah, it looks like I'm losing a lot of frames. Hold on. Let me check. I think that monster's poison also poisoned the stream quality. Yeah, we are losing a lot of frames. Sorry, hold on. Let me try to check. Okay, I might go on. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go on break for a little bit. Just check to see if like I can make the stream hold good. And if it goes down, I'll try to be back as soon as possible. Just give me a little bit. Okay. Seems to be doing fine now. It seems to be doing fine now. So, I wonder if that boss is actually like a story important boss. Because it seems like, I'm not sure if they actually unlock the next area, or if they're just like an optional boss I could fight like the Cleric Beast was. Which leads to the question of, do I want to fight them? Because if I do fight, do I want to fight them? Because if I don't fight them, then Alfred died for nothing, but I don't have to bother, but I don't have to worry about fighting them again. Or do I not fight them, or do I fight them and get justice for Albert, but also I have to try and fight them again? So it says, technically the Bloodstar Beast is optional. But I don't really know... I don't know where then I'd go. Yeah, if I were to not... I'm not really sure where I'd go without fighting them. Because I went through here because I thought this was like where I was supposed to go next. I went through here because I thought this was like where I was supposed to go next, but I guess if this place is... Yeah, I guess if that boss fight is optional, then I really don't have to fight it. So it says, oh, you know, around. Okay, let's check to see. So it says, I think technically the next mandatory place is the church. I know that one of the I think the next mandatory boss is Amelia, the big the giant werewolf lady, but I'm not sure if that's the case. Okay, physical attack up 0.7%. HP continues to recover +1. Oh, I should probably repair this weapon. Yeah. Not enough blood echoes. Oh. Okay. Well, I need to go out and fight things so I can repair my weapon anyway. I guess let me go back to Cathedral Ward. Yeah, I guess let me go back to Cathedral Ward and see if there's anywhere else I could go. But yeah, I was kind of going through Old Yarnum because I thought that was like the next place I needed to go to, because it kind of seemed, at least from what I could find, like the only accessible path. But if it's not, but I guess let me keep looking around for other paths. Yeah, let me look around for like other paths, see if I can find anywhere else I can go. That's right, this is the region with these guys. Gosh, I like spent all that money on... I spent all those echoes on like blood vials and I used up most of them. So, I'm down to 390 lives remaining. Just want to... Yeah, I'm down to 390 lives remaining. Just a little reminder that that if you'd like to see this playthrough continue, please consider donating, as every dollar donated will add another life. Will add another life to this playthrough. I've got about 390 left, but I mean, it's pretty easy to die in this game, so I could, and there's no telling what's. I mean, I have no idea who I'm going to be fighting next, so I could lose some of my remaining lives pretty quickly. So if you're able to, please consider donating. Subs, gift subs, and bits do count towards this, but direct donations through PayPal, which I'll post the donation link, the PayPal link in just a little bit. Those do count. Excuse me. Subs, gift subs, and bits do count towards this, but the direct donations really are the most helpful. And I'll receive the money you donate immediately instead of having to wait like at least half a month. Okay, here. Yeah, if you're unable to donate or don't feel like donating, that's fine, and thank you at least for watching. Oh, shoot. Yeah, if you're able to, please consider donating. And every $100 donated in total will reach each of these different donation goals. We're currently working our way towards the Capcom Fighters Marathon from Hell, which would be like, if we were to reach that, it'd be like a marathon of Capcom fighting. It'd be it'd be a stream where I'd play through a bunch of Capcom fighting games, with challenges in place to make things even more difficult. I should probably add first playthrough, I guess, to this, under the Twitch tags, just to be accurate. Saves us. Looks like the next big one after Gascoigne is the Cathedral Ward, which we're now. Just go up the stairs towards the church. Ah. I think I'd... Yeah, I think these are... I think I did try to go up these stairs, but, yeah, I think these stairs were, like, one of the first areas I tried to go up towards, but the stairs are locked. Or, like, the gate at the top is locked. So I need to find some path around, or some way of unlocking the gate. Shoot, I'm nearly dead again. Okay. Well, I got my echoes back. Hello. Oh shoot, okay, I need to heal up again. Oh good, okay, that killed him. Yeah, I think I've already been to here. It's that, yeah, closed by a device, so I need to find some other way around there. I don't think... Yeah, I don't think the device is here. No, it doesn't look like it. Yeah, I think I need to find, like... I kind of figured that this was the path up to the church I needed to take, but it looks like that I need to find, like, some way to open this area. Well, back down I go, I guess. And now I'm down to 8 blood vials. Okay, so I guess let's head around. Well, let me take a look back at these other areas. That door's locked. Yeah, that door's locked. Can't go there. That leads back to where I fought Gascoigne. So let me go... I guess let me go through here? And, like, try and look around. Oh, it's already 7 p.m., so we got only about an hour left. So yeah, just a little reminder. I know I keep saying this, but just a little reminder. I'll be back tomorrow with continuing and trying to beat Mega Man 02. And I'll also be counting down... I'll also be counting down my favorite games that I've played through during 2025. Oh, I missed with that. Yeah, I'll be counting down my... I'll be playing through... Trying to beat Mega Man 02 and also counting down my favorite games I played in 2025. And then that'll be the last stream I'll do this year. And then after... I'll be back then on January 1st. And I'll stream again on that day. And I'll be playing more Bloodborne. Oh, good, that's right. I locked this. I locked them back there. Does this open up this gate? Oh, this opens up another gate. Okay. Nope, this does open up this gate. This opens up this gate. Maybe this opens up both of these gates? Only a special emblem opens the main gate. Okay, I guess I can try... Maybe this... Maybe it's not just one gate, it's 2 gates closed by this. Which means I have to open this up. Nope, it's not that one. And now I gotta deal with that person heading back towards here. Well, it was... Okay, let me try closing this again. Because, yeah, this gate was open when I first entered this area, and all the other gates were... And all the other gates are closed, so it can't... If that opens up a gate in this area, it would... If closing that gate were to open up a gate in this area, then it would have done so already. Uh-oh. So, I guess let me explore around down here. See what I can find. I mean, I've already done I've already explored around here and haven't really found like a path to go. me draw their attention away.
Die!
Okay. And... oh, that's right. I need to repair my weapon. Okay, let me get rid of this person. There. Okay. Yeah, nothing around here. I keep looking around these areas because I'm figuring that maybe there's something I missed. Maybe my first time through these areas, I missed something important that's like tells me where I should be going. Okay, that leads up to that hunter, that guy with the rifle and the dogs. This leads into this crypt, which I don't remember. I remember going down here, but I don't remember finding anything worthwhile down there. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I think I've already gone down there, but I haven't found anything worthwhile down there. So, I guess let me continue this way. Let me try this way again. Now I gotta fight this guy. Ow. This goes here. Okay, I remember being in here. That leads down to there. Over there. So there's two pathways out of here. This leads me... okay, that's where I met Alfred. Rest in peace. Because he's now dead. Thanks to me failing.
Oh, good to see you safe.
Oh, no wait. No, he's still alive.
Now, let's think up something to discuss.
Oh, I thought he died.
Just tell me what piques your interest. I bid you farewell. It has been a pleasure. May the good blood guide your way.
Oh. Huh. I thought he was like fully dead. Okay. Alright, but I think I have failed his quest line though because he died fighting the blood-splattered beast. Okay, in that case, let's go here, I guess? Well, that just leads to this. I guess I do need to head into the crypt again. Okay, well, before I head into the crypt, let me go back to the Hunter's Dream and, actually, like, use these blood echoes to, like, to repair my weapon. Maybe I didn't go the right path into that crypt when I first entered it. Okay. Okay, let me heal up the weapon. Or, yeah, heal up the weapon. Let me repair my weapon. And... There, okay. Fully repaired. I guess I could use blood gem fortification to, like, make this sharpened stick even stronger, but I'd like to at least... I don't want to go through this whole playthrough just using the sharpened stick. I'd like to get, like, that actual, like, good weapon, like an even faster weapon. I guess let me get... Yeah. Let me buy as many blood echoes or blood vials as I can. And I guess back to the Cathedral Ward? Yeah, I guess back to the Cathedral Ward, and then I'll go back down that crypt. Maybe I can try running past some of the enemies and just get to the crypt. Sweaty clothes. Interesting item name. So yeah, let me just run past this fellow. Yeah, I'm just gonna run past them, and then just continue my way towards the crypt. I'll need to keep an eye behind me just to make sure that he's not chasing me down. And... okay, is he following me? I don't think he's following me. So I'll need to deal with these. I should definitely deal with these four here before I enter the crypt. Okay, he's not following me. There. Got the dog. Let's get rid of him. And one last guy. Let me get him so I'm not surprise attacked by him. Okay. Alright. Okay, then into the crypt. I know I have definitely already been down here, but I guess I just didn't take the right path. Because, like, I took a path that led me to Old Yarnum, but I guess that wasn't the path I needed to take to continue through here. Uh-oh. There, okay, they did. Hooray. I think this is the... I think the only pathway is down. Yeah, that's... okay, yeah, I've definitely been here before. Yeah, because this goes... because there's this ladder I have to take. Nothing over here. There's... this over here. There's this guy over here. Right, and this broken staircase. So... how about down here? Yeah, that leads... okay, yeah, that leads to the Old Yarnum, lamp. That's kind of like... then I stepped out here to go to Old Yarnum. Is there anywhere else to go? Seems kind of like the... I kind of feel like I do wish there was maybe some sort of map just so I could, like... Even like a map that's just like, oh, it only shows me the areas I've explored, because that would let me know that, okay, I've been around, I've been in this area, but there's still like a section of this place I haven't explored yet. I guess, let me try going back to Cathedral Ward and see if there's like another place to go. See, that's why I was spending so much time in, that's why I was spending so much time in Old Yarnum. I thought that was, like, the next place I needed to go because of, yeah, I thought that was the next place I needed to go because of the, because that's just the only path I could find that that I had access to. But maybe there's, like, another path in here that I missed? Okay. Well, I hope I can find somewhere I need to go, because I've only got, like, less than an hour left. That's locked. I can't go through that doorway up there. Well, I managed to kill them without dying. Maybe check over here? Well, no, there's only the birds. Yeah, it's just the angry birds over here, so... nothing... Okay, there's like one more area I could go and check around here. Let me wait until this guy passes through. Okay. Uh-oh. They saw me. Yeah, there's that. Okay, there's this area I closed off down here. Which means I'm gonna have to deal with all these guys. Can I just run past? Can I just try to run past them? Well, I can try to run past them, but... yeah, it's gonna be a little difficult. Damn it. Okay. And it looks like right as I was doing this, the stream quality is freaking out again, so hold on. Gosh, I gotta have to go. Okay, if y'all are having trouble seeing or hearing the stream, let me know, but I don't know, we've had some odd instability in the stream quality. I'm hoping it's nothing... I'll have to hope it's nothing too severe, because unfortunately I can't really pause while playing this. Well, that was a mistake. Oh, I'm kind of stuck back here now. Okay. 388 lives remaining. Alright, so where do I go? So if Old Yarnum isn't the place I meant to go. Yeah, if Old Yarnum isn't the place I'm supposed to go, then... Oh. Well, that was a waste of a bullet. I can't go through there. Yeah, because that gate's closed up. And... I guess I could try that path I died on, but... Yeah, I guess I could try that path I died on, but... Where... I already went through there before. Like, the crypt was actually, like, the last... When I originally went through this area, the crypt was actually the last place I went to. Or, through the crypt. There's... Oh. Ah, damn it. Let me wait for him to walk up, so I don't have to fight him. And... I'll need to deal with these guys before these two guys before he walks back down here. Gosh dang it. Alright. Okay, but... let me talk to him, see if he knows anything.
Ah, the hunter. Alive and well, are ya?
Well, alive,
This
yes.
is a safe
Well,
place. Stay as long as you like. But next time you're out on a hunt, remember what I asked. If you find any sane survivors, tell them to seek shelter at Erden Chapel. Because there's nothing to fear here.
okay then. Yeah, so... Once again, just want to say, please, if you're enjoying this, please consider donating. And if you'd like to see me play through this more, please consider donating. Because this playthrough will end once I run out of lives. And, I mean, still got 387 lives left, but, I mean, I've lost... As this goes on, I'm going to keep losing more and more lives, especially as I have difficulty in some of these areas. So yeah, please consider donating. Gift subs and bits do help, but direct donations help even more. And every dollar donated adds an extra life to this playthrough, as well as if every $100 donated in total, every $100 donated in total every $100 donated in total that is every $100 donated between all the donations will reach each of these different donation goals, which will result in like a special stream or a special playthrough I'll do. We're currently at $436 donated in total, so we're working our way up towards the $500 donation goal, which is a Capcom Fighters Marathon from Hell. Okay, I'm just gonna try running past these guys. And I'll try running past him as well. Oh, nope. Excuse me. Don't mean to bother you. Sorry, don't mean to bother you. I'll be on my way. Hopefully he can't fit down here. Yeah, it might be safe. Well, not safe. I'm not. There's not really. You're never really safe in Yharnam. Okay, I've been through here before, so I remember this treasure chest here, and I thought it was a trap. Closed. Okay. So, do I need like a key for it, or? I guess let me search around some more. Yeah, 'cause that's... Huh. Okay, there's the only thing down here is that chest which I opened in that door, which I can't open. Is there any other path I can take? Well... No? Alright, let me explore around a little bit. That looks like a path I could take, but... yeah, I can't really get to it unless I could, like, jump over here. That looks like a door right there. No, okay, those look like doors there, but I don't know if I could take those. Let me search around a little bit more. Yeah, it looks like from this area right here I can hop onto that bridge. But I need to figure out how to get there. Could I, like... I don't know, jump across? Okay, no, I can't jump. That's right, can't jump. Can't roll over this. I feel like maybe that door I couldn't open goes to this door. Maybe it might go to this door here. But I think I need to open it from this end. Alright. hello. More burps. Yeah, okay. Nothing down there I want to go, or going to go near. Oh, Jesus, both of them. Yeah, let me heal up like half my health. Okay, there. Alright. Okay, we got about 30 minutes left. I'll keep searching around. Dang it. Okay. Oh, come on. I'm gonna have to walk all the way back down here. Great, I'm gonna have to walk all the way back down here. Dang it. I guess let me just keep making my way down there. Oh, I've died 99 times. I just realized looking at the numbers, yeah, I've died 99 times throughout this whole playthrough, so throughout this whole Donathon so far, so... So I might make it to 100, to a full 100 by the end of this, before this stream ends. Hopefully not, but I feel like it could possibly happen. Uh-oh. Close it, close it, close it, close it, close it, close it. Oh, come on. Is it too much to hope that that falling on top... I guess it's too much to hope that that falling on top of him would kill him. Hear that other guy approaching. Okay, they're dead. There, alright. Okay, I think I've already tried this door, but... Nope, nothing there. Okay. Okay, a bird. It's kind of my last hope, so... Oh, Bromad the Nomad, raiding with a party of 38. Welcome in. Welcome to the Bloodborne Emergency Donothon. How's it going? Hope your stream went well. Shinobi Seder, welcome in. Bromad Nomad says, Fringe says hello. Oh, hey, Fringe, if you're still watching, hello. Hope you're doing well. So, for those just coming in, wondering what's going on, my name is Brawl Kaiser. And basically, I've been unemployed for the past few months. I was co- I was forced to com- I was forced to resign from my job because one of my coworkers started using generative AI to make explicit material during work time. And when I reported this to the manager, I found out that that manager was a friend of the coworker. And then when I reported this to HR and the boss of the company, I then found out that they HR and the boss of the company wanted to make that manager the second in command of the entire, like, the vice boss of the company. So rather than deal with the problem, they decided to kick me out. So because of that, trying to find a new job hasn't had much luck so far. Oh, hey, Punkyard, welcome in. And so I'm doing this donathon to kind of try and raise money to help keep me financially afloat whilst I keep job hunting. So the way this works is, that every dollar donated to the stream adds another life. So, and I have to play. I'm going to try to play through Bloodborne with a limited number of lives. And bits, subs, and gifted subs do count towards this. However, direct donations help the most because I'll receive the money from your donation immediately instead of having to wait like at least half a month. Because that's how Twitch gives out the money from its from subs and bits. Also, though, so in addition to every dollar donated adding another life to this, there's also a bunch of donation goals in place. So we reached the $100 donation goal, which means I'm gonna have to do a Pokemon Smash or Pass stream at some point. We reached the $200 donation goal, so I'm gonna do a stream where I'm gonna draw a character suggested by y'all from memory. I'll send out a Google form where y'all can suggest characters I have to draw. We reached the $300 donation goal, so I'm gonna play through God Hand for the first time. And we reached the $400 donation goal, which is I'm gonna do y'all will get to decide what game I play for the 200 playthrough. That basically means that whichever I'm gonna come up with a list of games, and whichever game that y'all decide for me to play through, when I start that game, every stream will be that game until I beat it. Then we're currently at $436 donating in total, so we're working our way towards the $500 donation goal, which would be a Capcom Fighters Marathon from Hell. So I'd play through a bunch of Capcom fighting games, and there would be challenges in place so y'all could mess with me. Like if y'all wanted to make me try and play like Street Fighter 2 or Darkstalkers while wearing oven mitts, that could be a potential challenge. At $600, if we reach $600, I'll play through The Legend of Zelda Wind Waker for the first time. If we reach $700, y'all will get to decide a new emote for the channel, and then I'll then commission the artist I commissioned for emotes. I'll commission them to have that make them an emote for the channel. At $800, I will do some D&D solo adventures. I've mentioned before on the channel that I'd really love to play some D&D campaigns, but I just haven't. Things just keep getting in the way and preventing me from actually playing D&D on the channel or joining other people for D&D. So, in order to kind of alleviate that, what this would be is if we reach $800, I'll go out and get some D&D solo game books, which are basically like their D&D adventures made for one person to play through. And then I'll let y'all kind of influence the character I make. Like, I'll let y'all help me decide what class and race and, like, kind of some other aspects of the character. And then I'll play through those D&D, or even multiple characters. And I'll then play through those solo adventures on stream. If we reach $900, then I will do a first playthrough of Sonic Adventure 2 for the first time. I've never fully played through a Sonic game. And I've played a little bit of Sonic Adventure 2 and didn't really want to continue with it. However, if we reach this donation goal, I would have to fully play through it. And then if we reach $1,000 donated, y'all get to decide a game I must 100%. So I'll go through all the games I have on PC and on PS5 and decide like which ones would I be willing to get all the trophies or achievements in. And then I'll come up with a list of games and y'all get to decide which of those games I've played through until I get all the achievements. So that's what's going on here. If you're not able to donate, that's fine. I understand. It's like around the holidays, and this has been a hard year for everyone, so if you're not able to donate, that's fine. Just you watching the stream is enough. But if you are able to donate, please consider doing so, because any donations, especially direct donations through that donation link I posted, really help right now. French Type, welcome in, says, thank you for inspiring the raid. French Type says, I feel that, man, that's a real ass we've gone through. Wishing you a happy stream, and don't worry, you'll get a real winner of a job soon. So the funny thing is, I did get accepted for a job earlier today. And it's in kind of the area I want to move to. and it actually pays like the minimum amount of money that I want for a job. So it has almost everything I wanted, except that it was a temporary position. And when I had the job interview, they were like, well, you might be hired. Usually we only keep people for this position through April, but we might keep you through the summer in this case. And then if we go through the summer, you might be hired for like a permanent position. So, but there was a lot of maybes and perhaps in there. So I ended up having to turn position down just because, even though I got accepted for it, there's no guarantee there's no guarantee I'd get permanently hired. And if it was just a temporary job, then, well, it'd just be a couple of months and then I'd be right back to the exact same situation I've been in. So, I did get accepted for a job, and it was almost exactly what I wanted in a job, but I unfortunately had to turn them down just because that one thing. But thank you, French Time, and thank you for telling Bromat the Nomad to raid the channel. Okay, to move on to some better things. I'm gonna just to let y'all know about some other things I do on the channel for those who are new here. So, if you've never been here before, I'm willing to play like I'm willing to play almost anything on the channel. But the games you'll see me play the most of are like cult classic games that like either I or y'all feel deserve more attention. Like you might have seen there that God Hand was like the $300 donation goal, and that's because I've heard a lot of good things about not many people know about God Hand, but the people who do know about God Hand really love it, and so that's kind of the games I really like to play. I also play a lot of RPGs, especially turn-based RPGs. So one of the things y'all will be seeing me do, and I'm going to be continuing this soon, is a First Fantasy. I basically, even though I love RPGs, I'd actually never beaten a Final Fantasy game until I started this, where I made a list of 40 Final Fantasy games, and I'm going to try to play through all of them by the time of Final Fantasy's 40th anniversary, which is in December 2027. So after I finish with this Bloodborne Emergency Donathon, and with a couple other things, expect a lot more Final Fantasy games to be on the channel. I've already played through a couple. I've already played through Final Fantasy 6, 9, 7, 7 Remake, 1, and Tactics Advance for the first time. I'm currently playing through Final Fantasy 2, although I had to stop that for a little bit because of the, in order to start the Donathon. But I'll hopefully be returning back, I'll try to return back to it very soon. And then there's about, like, let's see, that's about 4, 5, 6. This is my Final Fantasy 2 is my 7th game, and I'm gonna have, yeah, there's about 32 other games on my list. I've actually only got about 39 games on my list right now, and I'm leaving that 40th spot blank just in case Square Enix announces anything that Square Enix announces like a new Final Fantasy that I'd want to play. I think their next major project is Final Fantasy VII. I think their next major release for Final Fantasy is going to be Final Fantasy VII Remake, the third in that like Final Fantasy VII Remake trilogy. But if they announce anything else, then I might also add that to the list. So that space is kind of open. That last space for the list is kind of open right now. Okay, so there's not really. I guess I better just keep searching around. I'm not really finding. Yeah, I guess I better keep searching around. I'm not really finding what path I should go to around here. So yeah, again, just to mention, this is actually my first. Well, I've played a little bit of Bloodborne, and then I didn't get into it, and then I tried again to play a little bit of Bloodborne, and I didn't get into it, and so this is actually like my third attempt at playing through Bloodborne. And once I'm... but I've got a limited number of lives here. Thanks to all the donations, I've got about 386 lives left. But, well, I could lose those lives very easily. I feel like I should be able to get around here somehow, but... Okay, I managed to sneak around them. I guess let's... didn't find anything... Well, I found this door here. Let me search around a little bit more. I don't have any keys, I don't think. My guides one's way. These will serve as guides through the darkness. Okay, but I'm not really sure what those would guide me to. Sacrifice all blood oath kills that we can do, leaving a note, using messengers, or read a note. Yeah, there's that door there, but I can't open it. Let me keep checking. I've checked around like this whole area, but I haven't been able to find where I should go. But I want to wake up that guy. I already visited the crypt and ran through Old Yarnum. In fact, I tried, for those just joining in, I tried to fight the Bloodstar Beast earlier this stream, and died very painfully against them while fighting them, so it didn't... So I don't think, and from what I've heard, the Bloodstar Beast is like an optional boss. I don't think there's anywhere I could drop down to from here. I feel like if I drop down there, I'm just gonna die. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if I drop down there, I'm just gonna die. Well... no. Yeah, I've already searched around here. I feel like maybe I should be able to go through there, but I can't because of this. Yeah, and this door doesn't even respond. Yeah, there's no prompt when I'm next to that door, so... Then there is that gate up there. Yeah, there's that gate at the top of the stairs, but I need a special emblem for that gate. Uh-oh. I guess let me back away until they maybe walk away. Okay, then as far as other places I could check, I could maybe look around Old Yarnum again and see if maybe there's a passageway I missed there. Yeah, I could maybe check around Old Yarnum and see if there's a passageway I missed there. There's... all the doors in the Cathedral Ward are locked or closed up. I guess really it's just go back to Old Yarnum and see like if I missed a path. Just to let y'all know what other streams are going to be this week. So tomorrow will be the last stream of 2025, and I'll be continuing Mega Man 02, and also counting down my favorite games I played through in 2025. On Thursday, on January 1st, I'll be returning with more Bloodborne, and on Saturday I'll be returning to Valkyria Chronicles. And just to mention, even though I won't be playing Bloodborne on Tuesday and Saturday, so while I'm doing the Bloodborne Emergency Donathon, any donations made to any of the streams will count towards the Donathon. They'll add more lives to the Bloodborne playthrough and will count towards the donation goals. Can I kill him through here? Is he just gonna, like, work? Yeah, is he just gonna break through this gate? It's funny how gates are just it's funny how this gate is really just a suggestion. 10. Well, I can't even properly take advantage of that. Unless I open the gate. Great. How's it going? You feeling better? Guess he's feeling better. Shit. Well, okay then. Well, I guess there's really no choice for it then. Oh, dang, I'm not even close. Dang it, okay. Yay. Alright. So yeah, this gate doesn't open. Unless I find, like, a special emblem for it. So... yeah, nothing there. That gate might be the way to the cathedral where that giant werewolf woman is. Which I think that is the next the next boss I have to fight. Oh, I think he's coming back to check up on this area. Not gonna be too happy when he sees that I've killed that. Oh no, he's just making the rounds. Yeah, he's not gonna be too happy when he finds that I killed that giant guard. Well, I mean, really, no one here is happy. Oh, jeez. Okay, dang. Okay, let's run. Let's run, 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 run. Let's just run back to... I guess let me go back to Old Yarnum. That's really all I can think of is just find an area there. Or find a path there. I guess Old Yarnum is where I'm supposed to go next. But I'm trying to think, what paths did I miss there? Or like what paths could I have taken that I missed there? Oh wait, I might know one. I'm gonna have to we only got like 7 minutes left, darn it. Okay, I might have to really run around. Yeah, I might have to take quite the detour, but I think I know one place where I haven't been to yet. Yeah, I think I know the right... Okay, there's one area I can check. And I'll check the... Ow. And I'll check there, as long as I don't die first. Which could happen. Probably will happen. Alright, so... let's go back around here. Uh-oh. Wait, okay, good, got him. Right there. Whew, okay. Okay, now I gotta deal with the Gatling guy, or avoid the Gatling guy. Oh, okay. Okay, they didn't drop anything, so let me go back through here. Or no, I can't. I need to wait until, like, they clear out some of the explosives. Oh, hey, look, I've got fire. It's dangerous. I'm running around with it. They're very particular about fire safety here. They're very particular about fire safety here. In that if they actually try to outdo each other, and if they try to outdo each other constantly in breaking fire safety. All these burning crucifixes with a werewolf beastmen on them. That was really just all them daring. This was really all of them trying to one up each other. Okay, now I need to run through here. Okay, let me run through here now. And deal with the crows. Alright. Okay, there's 2 monsters. Okay, I got too close. There, right? Let me see if I can draw one of theirs attention. There. Now I can get you. Okay. Now I'm just gonna run through here again. And I think the one path I haven't taken is up here, where there was this hunter here that I fought. There, okay. Yeah, this is the one area I haven't been to yet, and there was a hunter around here. I don't know if the Gatling guy will keep attacking me. Oh shoot, they definitely will. And that is some monster approaching. Oh shoot, okay, dang, I thought. Okay, more birds. Oh, come on. Okay, let me try going down here. Oh, dang it! I thought I was safe here. Okay, I thought this was maybe the path I could go, but it seems like I might have just... Dang it. I would compliment them on their accuracy if it wasn't aimed solely at me. Great, okay. Yeah, I'm nearly dead. Okay, can't use that door. Can't go there. Is there anywhere I could go here? Nope. Nope. Alright. I guess this is the only place I can go, yeah. Yeah, I guess this really is the only path I could go down. Go down. I could try to get rid of the Gatling guy again, but I haven't had much luck in trying to kill him. I guess, yeah, let me try it out. Okay, it's 8. Okay, yeah, it's 8 p.m. Okay, let me try to kill the Gatling guy so I can be free of them once and for all, and then... If I lose when I wake up at the lamp, then when I revive at the lamp, that'll be where I end the stream. If I win, then I'll go back to the lamppost, then I'll work my way back to the lamppost, and then save, and that'll be in the stream. But let me let this be the last thing I do in this game, this stream. Let's see if I can do this. I could try pushing him off, but... Well, I've tried pushing him off, but I haven't been able to, like... I haven't been able to get him over there. Yeah, because he keeps doing that. Fuck. Wait, did I kill him, or did we just both die? Well, regardless, that is my 100th death in this playthrough. Or this is my 100th death during this Donathon. Don't know if I killed them. Maybe. They did fall to their death. But, well, guess we won't find out. Guess we won't find that out until next year. So, that'll be it for that'll be the end of this for tonight. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Will be the last stream of the year, and I'll be returning to Mega Man 02, and also be counting down my my favorite games of 2025. Let's see who we could raid. You know, we'll go raid... Okay, Ace Scorcher's doing some community family feud, so we'll go raid Ace Scorcher. So, thank y'all for tuning in. Y'all have a good rest of the night. And, hope you have... If I don't see you before... until next year, then I hope you have a good rest of the year. Night, everyone.